All right, we'll get started. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi wa kafa wa salamu ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. Sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala ma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim. Innaka Hamidun Majid. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Right. So I have some things to say about the midterm, but I'll say that later when there are more people. We'll go over the readings first. So readings was from page 52 to 55, not much, but it covers essentially two topics. The first one is wiping over footgear or hoofs, as it's known, and wiping over casts. This, of course, is something that applies to many other things. So there are many questions that could come up. So if there are any questions, we'll start with that. The slides for today are not that long either. If we do finish early, we'll get started with tomorrow's creed class, all right, which is going to be on predestination, inshallah, and then we'll continue and hopefully complete that tomorrow, right? So, any questions?
About like the whole, or what constitutes a whole, I guess, in the, is it khuf? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, so what line specifically?
So page 53, it says each khuf must be free from holes.
Yeah.
So
Essentially means
so
essentially it means that we're not talking about micro tears. And again, you have to keep in mind the context of how this is being discussed, and we'll talk about this when we get started on the slides. But he's talking about it in terms of the sturdiest materials that he could think of. And obviously, socks by nature, have a lot of wear and tear, so to speak. And you might have micro tears in them, right? You might have a little hole here and there. And his point is that ultimately, all of them combined shouldn't be as big as your three smallest toes, which you could assume is like something like this, right? So basically that much. So maybe a quarter, size of a quarter. Essentially, that's the limit, right? It shouldn't be more than that, all combined. Obviously, it's in one area, then the likelihood of it getting bigger, the tear getting bigger is there, which invalidates wiping over such hoofs, right? So we use the word socks as the closest equivalent to hoofs, right? Because hoofs at the time of the Prophet ﷺ in pre-modern times were almost like a slip-on type of shoe. Does that make sense? You didn't have to wear something on top of it simply because the material that you wore, that the hoofs were made of, were usually leather. And leather is extremely sturdy and strong. And if you're always walking on smooth surfaces, you don't have to wear anything on top of that. Does that make sense? Like they didn't have socks the way we have socks. And of course, when we say socks, we have a whole spectrum. So if our socks are the closest equivalent to hoofs, then the question that follows is, okay, which socks are going to be the closest in terms of what the hoofs used to be? And that's where the difference of opinion come up, some of which we'll talk about, inshallah. Right? So a lot of the texts with regards to this is not going to make sense unless you think about it as, almost like a slip-on shoe, what that was shaped like a sock. It was basically molded to your foot, right? In pre-modern times, you didn't have shoes and boots the way we did, right? You had, boots in the sense that they were basically something that came up to the shins, for example, right? Not necessarily Timberlands, right? Basically, right? But they were boots. Shoes, pre-modern times, like the Robin Hood style, right? Which are called galoshes, basically. It's something that went over the leather socks and kind of strung together with a string on top of your ankles. Does that make sense? You didn't have shoes the way we did until much later, not at the time of the Prophet ﷺ either. Okay. So when we talk about wiping over socks, we have to understand how are we defining the word socks, right? How are we defining hoof? And what will be the closest equivalent to that? Because in the 90s, leather socks were all the rage, right? I know I sound old.
No, I don't know.
All right.
Actual leather socks.
Yeah, actual leather socks. Like you'd go to like any masjid, there'd be somebody who's selling leather socks out of his van. Or there'd be like a table, and alongside like the itar and the tasbih and things like that, you have leather socks in the corner. Right.
Like, is it those leather socks that you still see some uncles wear in the masjid?
Yeah. The ones with the zippers on the side. Right. That's like old school leather socks. Right.
Is that the closest equivalent? Like, is that what they used to look like probably?
Perhaps without the zippers,
Yeah.
definitely. But whether it was that fitting also, because the only way you could actually make the leather socks fit, very closely to your feet is if you have like the zipper, which allows you to slip your foot in. But in those days, if you made it too tight, you wouldn't be able to put it on. If you made it too loose, it would slip off. So it'd be somewhere in between. And of course, leather expands over time. It kind of, like after a while, if you were to just, put it on the ground, it might just stand on its own because it's molded to the shape of your foot, right? So for example, in the text itself, let's see if it's mentioned here. Might be mentioned more on the footnotes. Yes. If you look on page 53, the footnotes, the second bullet point, due to their thickness, they remain on the foot without having to be tied. Okay. And the way that actually happens is basically if the leather is, because leather can be of various thicknesses, right? So it has to be thick enough that the leather sock, when you do put it on, the hoof, when you do put it on, it remains on your foot without sliding down, right? So basically it stands on its own and has like a body essentially, right? Which is not the case for majority of our socks today, which is why you have so many different types of opinions, right? Any other questions?
Also, when it said that one of the bullet points in the footnotes, water does not seep through when you're wiping. So that would exclude socks that so specific. But like rib socks, like there'll be like really thin parts of the sock, like basically it's like almost see-through kind of. So that
Yeah, so that's what we'll talk about, because the Hanafi madhab is very specific about the material and the makeup of the sock, whereas the other schools, the Hanbalis, if I'm not mistaken, say that as long as the skin is not visible, through the socks, then it's valid to wipe over, which typically is going to disqualify many dress socks, the ones that are very thin for both men and women. There are dress socks or equivalent to dress socks that are thicker, which would make it, permitted under the Hanbali school, right? Okay. The second chapter that was supposed to be read as well is called Wiping Casts, right? It's on page 54. It's a very short chapter. A lot of it is going to be explained on the slides, but it's important simply because there are a lot of rules that are generated from the basic principles of how wiping over, non-removable casts would work, or what would you consider removable versus non-removable, permanent versus not permanent, so on and so forth, right? Yes.
On page 54, for the 110, if water reaches most of 1 foot or most of both feet, despite wearing hooks, then one may no longer rather than
Yeah. In other words, the sock that you wear has to be more or less waterproof. That's the point of wiping over, that you're not trying to wash them, right? So the material has to be thick enough that, when you wipe over it, water doesn't seep through. This is also, if, for example, somebody's hiking and they step into a puddle or they cross a stream, right? And it seeps through their boots into their socks on their foot, then they'll have to actually do wudu. Does that make sense? Yeah. So this is very similar to how last week when we talked about tayammum and wudu, that you can't combine tayammum and wudu. You have to do either or. You can't combine wiping over socks and washing the feet. It has to be either or. Okay. Any questions before we continue?
I had a question about wiping the socks again.
Yes.
So page 53, it's the 107 footnote. So they remain on the foot without having to be tied, and then they completely cover the foot. So I think you mentioned something about like maybe being like skin tight or something like that. Does it have to be like so tight that there's no gaps like in the sock and like your foot? Because I was gifted a leather sock recently and it's like really big, like they didn't measure my foot or anything like that, and so there's kind of a gap at the top where it's not like attached to my
Yeah,
foot,
that's
if that makes
fine
sense.
because again, the nature of the material is that eventually it will mold itself to your foot, and at some parts there will be like small gaps. It's very impossible to have like an airtight sock on, right? Especially in how they're describing it. So what it simply means is it doesn't slide off your foot, right? And you don't have to tie it to your feet for it to stay on. Okay. So that could be achieved by either, like obviously socks today, they have kind of elastics, throughout or at least on the shin part, right? Moving upward so it stays on your foot. And sometimes the material is so thick that the elastic itself doesn't need to be that tight or strong, because the material itself just means it'll stay on your foot. It won't like kind of crumple down, right? And zippers and things like that are not considered the same way. Yeah.
How about like people that have I don't know, like combat boots, or people that they're like firefighters out in the wilderness and
Yeah.
it takes like 5 or 10 minutes to put on their boots and take them off?
Yeah.
Do they wipe over those?
You go wipe over shoes if it's necessary. And obviously the shoes themselves should be at least minimally clean, or at least free from impurities, basically. Because the assumption is if you're wiping over the shoes, the assumption is that you can't take it off. So you're going to pray with it as well. And in order for you to pray with it, you have to have it be free from impurities.
I had heard that the boots have to be, almost like water can't seep through them.
Yeah, so it takes on almost the same rulings as the sock itself, right? So you can't, for example, wipe over dress shoes. Because dress shoes are basically at the bottom, or you can't wipe over any type of shoes that basically exposes almost half of your foot. So the reason why you're saying boots specifically is because it goes up to the shin, covers the shin, stays on the foot, like, and not other types of shoes. Right, so you can't just wipe over any other type of shoe.
So even if it has like, the tongue and
Mhm.
then technically like under, some have like a gap, on the sides. Of
Yeah,
the
those
tongue.
gaps are normal.
Okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't invalidate. But yeah. Okay. So not too much reading for this week. The slides themselves are not that detailed. Next week, inshallah, there will be a lot of discussions because next week's topics are going to be detailed. All right, so start with the slides. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All right, so wiping over socks. So that's why I didn't say socks, I said footgear, because the more appropriate translation of hoof would be footgear as opposed to socks, because when you say socks, we mean something very specific, right? So wiping over anything that is equivalent to a hoof is basically defined as passing a wet hand over an area, which is, something that we talked about early on, right? It's how we distinguish washing from wiping, right? Washing is only when you have at least 2 or 3 drops of water separate from your limb. That means you used enough water for it to constitute as washing. And wiping is defined as passing a wet hand over an area, right? So that's the difference between the two. So classical books, when they talk about hoof, when they talk about wiping over leather hoofs, they mean leather socks, essentially, right? Because that was the sturdiest moldable waterproof material that you could find that you could actually wear. Does that make sense? You could wear other things, but they're not necessarily, for example, you can't wear, socks that are made out of metal, even though that might be waterproof, right? So when we talk about hoofs, we are talking about, footgear that are made up of some type of material that is equivalent or close to leather. Okay, so I put some examples on the first one. So if a person doesn't have actual leather socks to wear, which is the norm for the most part today, and it's very difficult to wear it for long periods of time because it gets very hot. So it is permissible, again, this is according to the Hanafi school, it is permissible on other footgear if the following conditions are met. Number one, it has to be thick. Okay, when we say thick, what we're trying to say is water will not reach through the material to the skin. Does that make sense? Water will not reach through the material to the skin. Because if you have a wet hand that you're wiping over your socks, you're going to feel the dampness through the material on your foot on normal dress socks. That tells you it's not thick enough. Does that make sense? For the Hanafi school, it has to be thick. So we have different options available. All right, so you have wool socks, right, that are very thick. right? Usually worn with boots. You have, very specific hiking, mountaineering type of socks, right? Um, you have waterproof socks. You have socks that are basically insulated, like people who do like mountain climbing and all that, they have insulated socks that keep their feet warm and dry because again, you're walking through terrain, it's always going to be wet perhaps, and you're going to get frostbite, or you might end up getting like fungus and stuff like that, right? So the socks are insulated, so that your feet can stay warm and dry. And usually the insulation is like a layer or in different layers in between the actual material. So you might have wool on the top, for example, but there might be a layer of leather in the middle, right? So when you're actually wearing it, and if your feet actually get wet, then you don't feel the water reach to your skin because it's prevented from doing so. Obviously, that's not a type of sock that most people wear on a day-to-day basis because it's not going to fit with or comfortably with most shoes, right? So you have very, very thin leather socks available still today. You have companies, not endorsing, but they're good. Called Wudu Gear, for example. They design basically dress socks that are slightly thicker, have like insulated layer inside, like a waterproofing layer inside. And it's a type of sock that you could wear on a day-to-day basis with dress shoes, right? Or your normal shoes. So it has to be thick so that the water does not reach the skin, because if the water does reach the skin, then you can't wipe over it. Number two, the sock has to remain on the foot. In other words, dress socks, for the most part, what happens after a while, like when you walk in them for any distance, they start coming down, right? They start coming down. They don't remain on the foot, right? Unless it's like very close to new. Most dress socks, the elastic portion of it doesn't stay strong, right? So if you were to walk only on your dress sock down the street, how long would it be until it comes off your foot halfway, or if not the whole thing, right? Simply because the motion of walking, the sock is not going to be able to keep up with it, right? So that's what we mean by remains on your foot, because a person can say, well, I'm wearing my shoe on top of my sock, and if I'm going to walk with it, obviously my sock is going to remain on my foot. So what it simply means is it doesn't come off if you were to walk without it, okay? And obviously it's thick enough, sturdy enough that it stays on your foot without sliding down. Number three is not see-through, right? So this is where it's not necessarily a difference, because if socks are thick, then they're automatically not see-through, right? But it has to be mentioned specifically because, again, when people say wiping over socks, they'll think about the most common type of socks that they wear, which is usually dress socks, which are not always see-through, but sometimes can be thin enough that they are. Okay, so you don't wear socks to wipe over them if they are see-through. Yes.
That it comes, if it were to like roll down as you're walking, basically, are you saying rolling down so much that your ankle would be exposed?
Or just rolling down in general.
Oh, okay, even if
It doesn't have to expose your ankle, right? Because the nature of our shoes are such that even if your socks were to roll down, your ankle would still remain covered because the sock is crumpled over on top of the shoe, right? Over the ankle.
So you're saying the fact that it would roll down, period, or that it would slide down?
Yeah. So for example, if you have, thick socks that, start off very strong and over time the elastic gets loosened and starts rolling down, then that would disqualify it then, but not initially when it stays on your foot, right? Your socks have to cover your foot and ankle. So if you wear, um, the half socks, basically, right? Whether it's up to your ankles or it's just covering your toes, I forgot what they're called, right? So it's a type of sock that you wear so that your socks don't show through your shoes. It's a type of fashion right now. Like you wear socks without shoes, but you're wearing socks is just at the very bottom, right? They look like hospital scrubs, basically, it's like right at the bottom. You can't do masa on that. You can't wipe over that simply because majority of your foot is still exposed. If you wear like gym socks that are like up to your ankle, same thing, even though it's covering your foot itself is leaving your ankle exposed, right? So essentially the length of what we would call actual socks that come up. It doesn't have to be like tube socks that come up to your knees, right? Somewhere halfway is fine. Okay. So it's not just about covering your feet and ankle, but your ankle and feet have to remain covered because again, the assumption is you are more or less walking in these socks, right? The reason why in classical books of fiqh you'll have like a litmus test for the sock, like you can cover X amount of distance in it, because the assumption is you can walk in it without using a shoe on top of it. Because if you're wearing shoes, perhaps you don't have like a thinner version of your hoof under it as well. Does that make sense? Because it was like a all-in-one type of thing. Okay. So we're not trying to do it the same way. However, a lot of the rules will still apply, which is why, if you had to think about the litmus test in terms of how long you can actually walk in it, could walk a distance of at least 3.48 miles. Again, this 3.48 miles is a conversion of the distance that is mentioned in the classical books of fiqh, right? So, whether it's 3.5 miles, essentially, which is not going to be the case for majority of the socks that we wear today on a day-to-day basis. Again, you could say, yeah, it'll make a difference on the type of terrain, for example. If I'm walking on rough terrain, then obviously within half a mile, even the thickest of socks might tear up, versus if I'm walking on tile, right? I'm walking in the haram, right? And I'm walking in the courtyard of the haram, which is all tile and marble. I could walk 5 miles in it, 10 miles in it, and nothing's going to happen to my sock except get dirty. Well, again, we're talking about terrain that's more or less what you would actually walk on. You're not going to remain in the haram like for the whole time, right? So if you were to walk on a paved road, right? So yeah, it doesn't have to be like a freshly paved road. It doesn't have to be like a paved road. It doesn't have to be a road with potholes. An average paved road that we drive on, if a person is able to walk on it for this period of time, for this distance, without having their socks tear or come off their foot, without the aid of, like something that ties it to their foot, like literally like a string or something, then that's fine. Yeah.
So you do have omitted on here cotton?
Yeah, so the Hanafi school don't permit it on cotton socks. The Hanbali school, so cotton socks in and of themselves are not impermissible to wipe on, provided that they fulfill the conditions. As simple as that, right? But generally speaking, cotton socks are not this thick. So, some cotton dress socks are thicker and they might pass the litmus test, right? But for the most part, the ones that will fulfill the conditions of the Hanafi school are these types of materials, right? For the Hanbali school, they have more leniency. The material could be slightly thinner, as long as it's not see-through, as long as it stays on the foot, etc. Yes.
You just made me realize Sheikh Farhan always wears the super thick Jordan socks. Is that why?
I don't know why.
Maybe
I mean, maybe he loves Jordans.
You
But it's because certain types of everyday socks fulfill the conditions.
Yeah.
Right. But as far as I know, it's not so that he could wipe over it. You could ask him, but as far as I know, it's not because of that. But the wudu gear socks, for example, that I mentioned, they're great for travel. And when they first came out, their version 1 socks were very thick, even though it was marketed for everyday wear. It was thick that you couldn't wear it with your like average shoes, right? Unless it was like a half a size or a size bigger, right? To account for the thickness of the sock. And then over time, they kind of developed the material further, which is still sturdy, still waterproof, still thick, but it's slightly thinner. So that's kind of a good compromise, right? It kind of blends in with everything else, and you're able to wipe over your socks, right? When you are wiping over your socks, how do you do wudu, or what do you have to do before and after? So number one, you can't just put your socks on and then wipe over them. So in order for a person to wear socks that they can wipe over, they have to put it on after they make wudu first. So you go into the state of wudu. So very simple. If a person is wearing socks, to work, which is usually the case, and they're socks that are wipeable, in the morning when they're getting dressed for work, they'll make wudu, they'll put their socks on, right? And then they'll keep it on the whole day, which is typically the case until they come back home, right? So a person can wipe on it for a period of 24 hours if they're a resident, max 1 day, 1 night, and 72 hours if they are a traveler. And you might think to yourself, well, who's going to keep their socks on for 72 hours? Again, if you are literally traveling in like rough terrain and you have actual hoofs on, right? Like people, when they go like, mountain climbing and all that, they don't take off their whatever gear that they're wearing when they go to sleep. They're sleeping with literally everything on, because you don't get undressed, right? All right. So similarly, if a person is wearing socks that they can wipe over, they can keep it on for a maximum of 24 hours, which again, for the most part, might not be necessary for a person to do, because especially during the winter days, from Fajr to Isha, Fajr sunrise right now is like 7:05, 7:10, something like that. So if a person wakes up and they're praying Fajr at like 6:45, and Isha comes in at 7:10 p.m., right? So literally just over 12 hours, within 12 and a half hours, you could keep your socks on from Fajr till Isha and wipe over for each salah, right? So the question then is, how do you calculate 24 hours? Is it from the moment you put your socks on? Is it from the moment you make wudu? Well, the duration of your wiping starts from the point you actually break your wudu, basically from the first time that you're actually wiping over the sock. So say, for example, you made wudu, you prayed Fajr, you got dressed for work, and you put your socks on in the state of wudu, right? You're at work, you break your wudu, and then Dhuhr time, basically, is when you are going to wipe over. So from the time that you broke your wudu, that's when the 24 hours begin. Does that make sense? Yes.
So it's pray for only 5 prayers.
Yeah, you could pray for as many as you want within that 24-hour period, right? And you don't have to refresh your wudu and wipe over the sock for every salah either. It's a substitute of washing your feet, just like how you don't have to refresh your tayammum for every salah if you are doing tayammum, because it's a substitute for your wudu. This would be the same thing, right? Yes.
Are you gonna go over today rather like if the conditions are met, whether it's like recommended to take the dispensation and do it or not do it, like it's the ideal choice if somebody. Yeah.
I mean, if a person is wearing wipeable socks, and they put it on before if they put it on in the state of wudu after they made wudu, it's not about what's better. The default obviously is washing, but when you are unable to, because you have socks on, for example. So again, you have to keep in mind that when we talk about leather hoofs, like leather hoofs at the time of the Prophet, those weren't easily taken off and put back on, unlike the socks that we have today. So the dispensation on the hoofs also exists for that reason, that it wasn't easily accessible, right? Versus today, you could easily take your socks off, but the conditions, for example, you are in a place where it's difficult to wash your feet, like an office bathroom, for example, right? Not every place has like the handicap bathroom, like the single stall bathroom with the sink inside. Those are perfect for making wudu because you can just take your time, right? In the airports, same thing. However, sometimes a person might feel uncomfortable, like, okay, get caught with your foot in the sink, right? That's like a nightmare for every Muslim man in a corporate space, right? It's like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna explain? Right? You gotta make up some excuse, right? That's not enough for you to say, I'm just gonna wipe over my socks and shoes, right? You could work your way around it, but the socks are basically the workaround. Yes.
Because I heard that it's like, in a sense, practicing the sunnah. I know, so you're saying that part of the sunnah in that instance is the hardship. But I had heard, or I think I had read, that just in general, like if you could do this, it's better to do it, because in that sense you're doing something that the Prophet did to us around. But then I also heard from, I guess, like a different trend, like different way of thinking about it, that dispensations generally shouldn't be taken unless you absolutely have to. So which one,
I mean, the default is the default. If a person follows the dispensation, there isn't any less reward. That you don't tweak the dispensation to what you would want it to be.
Now, is there more reward?
No, we would say it's equivalent. So if a person is wiping over their sock because it's easier for them, we're not going to say your wudu is any less than the person who's actually washing their feet. Does that make sense? But the dispensation itself must be done correctly, right? So a person can be in a perfectly Muslim environment and still wipe over their socks because that's easier for them, right? And somebody might be in a place where it's not easy for them, but they still do the hard way, right? Reward is still the same. It's whatever a person can do, right? No, by making wudu beforehand and then putting the socks on, the assumption is a person is going to keep those socks on in order to wipe over them. So when a person wipes over them or when a person puts them on for the first time, they don't have to have a specific intention for it, right? The mere act of putting it on means that you are going to, it's very similar to, taking a shower. For the Hanafi school, you take a shower, your wudu is done because you don't need a separate intention for it, right? So it'll be the same. So what do we mean by wiping, right? So wiping is done by running at least 3 fingers from the toes to the top of the foot. So basically, your hand is already wet from washing your arms, right? So you use basically your right hand, you put it on the top of your foot, from the front to the back. You just do this basically, right? You don't have to cover like the front and then the sides and then the bottom. You don't have to do all of that. Just top. Again, it's symbolic, right? It's a symbolic way of washing the feet, right? So you just wipe over it at the top and you do the left foot with the right with the left hand, ideally, because your left hand is still going to have some water on it after you use your right hand for your right foot. So what nullifies wiping over socks? What nullifies wiping over footgear? Number one, expiration of time. When we say nullifies wiping over socks, it means that you can no longer wipe over them. You need to take them off, do a fresh wudu, right? Expiration of time. So 24 hours from the time that you broke your wudu now has to be, your socks have to be taken off. If you remove your socks, whether it's deliberate or not, it either came off or you took it off to kind of scratch your foot or something like that, then you have to take both of them off, right? And then make wudu, wash your feet before you can put your socks back on.
Unless you already had wudu, right? From your first wudu?
No. Removal of the socks doesn't break the wudu.
Yeah.
It breaks the dispensation of wiping.
No, what I mean is like, for example, like if you made wudu in the morning,
Mhm.
then you put your socks on. And you haven't broken your wudu yet. You could take your socks off and put it back on.
No, if you remove your socks, you have to redo your wudu to put the socks back on. Your wudu stays.
Yeah.
Right? But once you put your socks on, the understanding is you're gonna keep it on for as long as you want to wipe over them. Does that make sense?
But you're still in original wudu, right?
Your wudu doesn't break.
Uh-huh.
The act of wiping over, the dispensation of wiping over goes away.
So once the socks come on,
Yeah.
once they go on your feet, if they come off, then you gotta go to the second one.
Yeah.
But you don't have to put on your socks technically right after wudu, right? Like if you make wudu in the morning since Fajr, and then you keep your wudu until 10 a.m., 11 a.m. And then you put your socks on. From that
Ideally, it's supposed to be right after you make your wudu. There shouldn't be a gap. So you woke up in the morning, you prayed Fajr, you have your wudu, you do everything else, and then 2-3 hours later you get dressed for work. You make your wudu at that time to put on the socks, right? And then halfway through the day, you're back home. You still have your wudu, you still have your socks on, you can still wipe over it. If you take your socks off, your wudu remains, but you just can't put it back on to wipe over it. Does that make sense? You can still pray because your wudu hasn't broken. We're talking specifically for what would constitute as you can't wipe anymore. Well, if the 24-hour period is expired, right? If your socks come off, whether it's deliberate or not, and if water reaches your foot or feet, basically your feet get wet, that means you now have to take them off. You actually have to do, wudu again, or at least wash your feet before you have to put your socks back, before you can put your socks back on.
Removal of socks, like, let's say you forgot, you weren't like, going to take them off, but it's just a routine. How far down?
Yeah, so basically it has to be, if I'm not mistaken from what the book says, it has to be about a third. Basically just a little down your leg itself. So not past your ankles.
So if it goes below your ankles,
It would be more than half. By then it will constitute more than half. No. So past the ankle would constitute, more than half of what was covered, right? Your wudu remains, but you just can't wipe over the socks anymore. Your wudu stays. Again, removing the socks doesn't break your wudu, right? What it does is you can't wipe over it again unless you restart the process. Does that make sense? Your wudu stays.
In her example, so she said that you began with regular wudu, you put on the socks, and then you broke your wudu, then you wiped over the socks. Then if you remove the socks, you don't you have to make wudu because your original wudu was no longer there, and then your wudu was over the socks, but then you removed the socks.
Yeah.
So then wouldn't you have to make wudu before you make salah?
No, your wudu remains. Again, removal of the socks doesn't invalidate the wudu. Removal of the socks means you can't wipe over it again unless you restart the process. So it's not like tayammum in that regard. For tayammum, you could do tayammum as long as you are unable to access water or don't have water. And as soon as you do, your tayammum automatically breaks. Removal of the socks doesn't work like that. Removal of the socks simply means you just can't wipe over it anymore. Your wudu is still intact, even if you wiped over your socks for that wudu specifically. Make sense? Okay.
Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Where do these numbers come from? Like using at least 3 fingers or the mile distance and stuff like
So
that?
the idea of like 3 fingers, I mean the 24 hours and the 72 hours that comes from the hadith. The idea of 3 fingers is basically surface area. If you use just 1 finger, it doesn't cover obviously your foot, right? And it's not necessary for you to use your entire hand either. So 3 fingers is sufficient for you to cover the top of your foot. You know, what needs to be basically, you know, you don't need to exactly put 3 fingers and just use that. If you use, you know, pretty much your hand, right? Your wiping is still done. Does that make sense? So sometimes it comes specifically in the hadith, the Prophet described and explained to do it in a particular way. Other times, the implication of how it should be done means that you should use at least 3 fingers in order to cover the area the Prophet talked about. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So some related issues about khuf. You cannot wipe over dress socks, which is what we talked about, right? According to the Hanafi school, because they are thin and see-through, and they do not fit the definitions of khuf, which is usually translated as footgear or socks, or jawrab, which is another term that comes in the books, which closest equivalent is what we would call galoshes. Galoshes are basically, you know, a type of shoe that you just put on and you kind of tie it to the top of your foot, right? Because these were the pre-modern type of footgear, right? So in the books of hadith and in fiqh, you'll find either wiping over khuf or jawrab. So it has to fit the definition of either or in order for you to wipe over it. Number 2, you can wipe over ankle covering shoes. Ankle covering shoes, that basically disqualifies. You know, if it's like Chelsea boots, for example, right, that aren't necessarily boots, but you know, they're high enough that they cover the ankle, then that's fine, right? But any other type of shoe that basically stops at the ankles, you know, you cannot wipe over them. Okay, so you can wipe over ankle covering shoes like boots because they cover the same area that has to be washed. Again, this is assuming that you are not able to take your shoes off to wipe over the sock or even wash your foot. Does that make sense? You can't wipe over shoes or sandals because they don't cover the area that has to be washed. Right? Obviously, this topic is important, especially for people who are out and about during the day, you know, at work and school. Sometimes it's not easy to make wudu, simply because you don't have a private enough space. You know, for sisters it's more difficult because, you know, doing masah and things like that. So there are workarounds, right? And a person just has to kind of figure out what works best for them, right? Any questions?
Do similar things apply to the hijab?
So, for wiping over the hair for hijab, for someone who's wearing the hijab, it's literally just the front part of the head, right? So, just passing a wet hand over the hair under the hijab is sufficient, right? It doesn't need to be the whole head, right?
What you're saying about your hands are already wet from the other parts of the wudu, so you don't need to like clean them.
Yeah, so for the Shafi'i school and others, right, when it comes to like wiping over the hair, when it comes to wiping after you wash your arms, you have to take new water. Basically, you have to, that's why you'll see them with their hands again. Anyone who follows that opinion, for the Hanafis, your hands are already wet from washing your arms, and that water is sufficient for you to wipe with. There's no need for you to get new water.
But you do your hair and wipe it.
So if there's enough water left, right? If a person kind of just use their hair as a towel and they're just like completely dried it off, right? And there's no water remaining on their hands, then yeah, you would wipe, you would wet your hand again in order to wipe off your foot.
The answer you gave, Clay, was that just a standard or a dispensation?
Sure.
For the few fingers and the hijab?
Well, that's the minimum when it comes to wiping over the head for both men and women, because in the Quran Allah says wamsahu bi ru'usikum, and wipe your heads. Now the head obviously is much more than just the front part, so is it necessary for all of it to be wiped? So the understanding is basically 1/4 of the head, which is literally just the front part.
So she could just get away with just going.
Yeah. Right. And for the other madhahib, it doesn't even have to be that much, it's just a few hairs. Right. So the Hanafis are the ones that say at least 1/4.
So that's for just the general rule, that's not just the hijab.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So just a few things for wiping over casts. This is obviously important, especially when you are thinking about people who are injured and you have something on that you are not able to take off, or if you are able to take off, should you take it off? Do you have to take it off, right? So number one, we don't think of it the same as a khuf, which means you don't have to put it on in a state of purity. For example, a person is getting a cast on, they're not going to say, wait, let me make wudu before you put my cast on. You don't do that, or you don't have to do that, because the assumption is the cast is there for, the cast is there not for cosmetic reasons. It's not like a khuf that you can just put on because you want to put on a khuf. Right, so you have a cast on for medical reasons, right? And therefore, it does not have to be put on in a state of wudu, and it does not have to be removed. So this is cast specifically, right? So usually casts are, they're molds, they're hard molds, and the purpose of it being like a actual cast is so that the bone doesn't move, right? So that you don't have like flexibility, for example, so that the bone can actually be set into place. Does that make sense? That could be for your foot, for your leg, for your hand, arm, wrist, whatever it is, right? You have a cast, and again, when we say cast, we mean the plaster, right? Which everybody autographs and things like that, right? Right, and you lose like a hanger stick inside because you're trying to scratch your. I remember this one classmate of mine in South Africa, like Bichara broke his ankle, I think, right? So he had a full leg cast on for almost 2 months, right? And he'd like walk around with it, right? We'd have to help him, like we'd take him into the shower, we'd put him in the shower, and then we'd leave, and after he's done, we'd like take him back out, bring him back to the bed. he take like a hanger because it's like itching inside. Alhamdulillah, I never had to have something like that, but he take it like a hanger and like trying to reach an itch that's like all the way down there. Not necessary, right? So casts, plaster molds, by definition, can't be removed. They're gonna be cut open once it's no longer needed, and the doctor says it can be removed, which means you just wipe over it. You just wipe over it when you have to make wudu. So if you're making wudu and if you have a cast on half of your arm and the other half is exposed, you're not gonna wash half of it, right? You're not gonna wash half of it the same way that you would have if you didn't have a cast. What I mean by that is you don't have to like drench it because the water might get under the cast. So you would perhaps use more water, right, just to wet it sufficiently, but you wouldn't damage your cast and you'll just wipe over the cast just like how you would wipe over your hoof, right? So you'll just wipe your hand over it. Does that make sense? Obviously, for showers, it's more difficult because you can't wet the mold, you can't wet the cast itself. So you literally have to keep it out of the shower, right? And you wash every other part of your body. This is for the fard ghusl, right? Because obligatory bath, you have to make sure that every part of your body is washed. So you ensure that every part of your body is washed and then you wipe over the cast. Does that make sense? Okay. So a cast is understandable because it's plaster, it's a mold itself, it can't be removed. What about dressings? Now we have different types of dressings. You have a simple band-aid that you could put on. You have the wraparound bandages that you could put around your wrist, for example, or your ankle. You have the dressings that are just like the white tape, for example, right? So you have many different types. Is it necessary for you to remove dressings or band-aids and things like that? So it comes down to, the type of dressing it is, because some dressings are not easy to remove. So if it's difficult to remove, then you can wipe over it. It doesn't matter to the nature of the injury, okay? If you are going to have difficulty in removing it and putting it back on, because typically it's not about taking it off, it's about putting it back on the way it was. And the way the doctor or the nurse puts it on, you might not be able to put it back on the same way. That would constitute difficulty. Does that make sense? And if it's going to actually harm, then obviously you don't remove it. So if it's difficult for you to remove, you can wipe over it. Now, if it's possible for you to remove, then it'll depend on the nature of the injury. Some injuries, for example, especially cuts and things like that, or for example, you have like stitches. You have stitches, right? So usually if you have a cut and you have stitches and there's dressing over it, they tell you to remove it so that you could put ointment on like the stitches so that the skin doesn't dry out and it's healing, which means you can remove the dressing, but that doesn't mean you'll wash your hands because that might harm actually the healing process. Does that make sense? So even if you can remove it, you're going to determine whether or not you can wipe over by the nature of the injury. If it's something that needs to stay dry, water can't reach it, right? You can't wash over it, things like that. Or if it's it's a wound that's healing, right? And it needs to, stay open, for example, like it needs to get air. You can remove the dressing, but you can't put water on it, then you don't wash, you just wipe over it. Okay. So basically, if you have to think of what's the best, and then dispensation. So basically, if you have a cast on, the best option is to wash, which is the default. Washing is the default, right? If you can't wash, then you wipe under. Wipe under simply means that if you have like a cast that you can kind of reach under, right? Then you would wipe the skin directly. That's the point of wiping under. That you can reach under the cast itself and you can run a wet hand over your skin and you're able to do that, then you would do that. You would actually wipe your skin directly. If you can't do that, which is usually the case because casts are tight enough, then you'll wipe over it. Okay? If you can't even wipe over it, and this is, possible, maybe the injury is in a place where you can't reach easily. Right? Or nothing, you can't even touch it, for example, right? Then you'll just leave it out. Does that make sense? Even if it's part of the things that should be washed or wiped, right? Even if it's not part of your wudu areas, for your obligatory shower as part of your body, right? So you don't have to make an effort to run a hand over it. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I had shoulder surgery before, and I didn't have any like bandage on my arm, but I had my arm in a sling for like six weeks.
Yeah.
And it was 6 weeks until I was supposed to start taking it out and like trying to move it around. What I've been able to, because I think I could have wiped within my sling, but I don't know about like washing. And
No, it's not necessary for you to actually wipe under. As long as you wipe, that serves as a dispensation for not washing.
Even without the bandage, even without the cast.
Because again, if you have a sling on, the parts of your arm that's exposed that will get a direct wiping versus the ones that are under the sling itself, right? That'll just be wiped over, essentially. Okay. Any questions? No? Okay. We'll take a couple of minutes of a break. So 8:45, inshallah, we'll get started with tomorrow's Creed class material, inshallah, so that we could actually finish it tomorrow. Which is okay.
I'm gonna have to wipe over it.
Yeah.
Is it gonna reach the skin to water from you?
No, I mean even the Band-Aid, if it's not waterproof, is fine. But the idea is that if the water shouldn't reach under the Band-Aid, then you should just wipe over it, basically.
Right. That's if the wound is like, not in this case, but that's if the wound is like dangerous.
Yeah, because Band-Aids are not necessarily airtight, right? Because if you have a Band-Aid and you move it certain way, it still separates from the skin, the middle part, right? So if water is not supposed to reach under, then you simply just wipe over it. If it's a type of cut that can be washed over, then you take off your Band-Aid.
Then there's the fact that
That's what you're wiping over. You're wiping over because you can't remove that to wash under it and then put the tape back on, right? No worries, inshallah. No, you'll wipe over the area that can't be washed, and you'll wash the rest.
Now you got like
All right, let's get started. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى. صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه أما بعد. All right, so lesson number 9 of Creed class, inshallah. So November 1st, 8th, and 15th, and the 22nd. If needed, we basically have 4 Friday sessions left until Thanksgiving break, inshallah. However, I think we might be done by the 15th, if not the 8th, inshallah, which means after that, we won't have Friday classes until after finals in January, right? So when the spring semester starts, and that'll be Sirah, that's more relaxing than Creed, inshallah. All right. So we basically have 2 more topics left, and the second to last one is perhaps one of the most difficult ones to discuss, not just in terms of what we talked about, right, but in all of Creed, which is about predestination, qadr, right? There are a lot of different things to consider. Hopefully, it'll be, less confusing. For the most part, I think, other than maybe the first 2 lessons, or lessons 2 and 3 specifically, where we talked about first principles and rational proofs and things like that, I think, other than those 1 or 2 sections and predestination, for the most part, they were very easy, and the material was not difficult to understand, right? But this one is difficult, more so because of what we're trying to discuss, and we'll see why it is difficult to conclusively or definitively get to certain conclusions or have all types of questions answered, right? So predestination is essentially the translation of qadr, right? Predestination is the last of the 7 articles of belief, as was stated by the Prophet ﷺ when he was asked by Jibreel alayhi salam to define it, right? So we know from the hadith of Jibreel, where Jibreel alayhi salam came to the Prophet in the form of a person and in the presence of the Sahaba, and he came to the Prophet and he asked him, what is Islam, what is Iman, what is Ihsan, when is the day of judgment, what are the signs of the day of judgment? So when the Prophet answered, what is Iman, he mentioned essentially the articles of Iman, right, which is what we have been discussing all these weeks. And the last of it was qadr, that you believe in qadr, the good of it and the bad of it, right? Which is what is the technical definition of Iman, right? Is to believe in very specific things. So it's necessary for a person to believe in qadr in order to have their Iman be complete. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Furqan, for example, he who has dominion over the heavens and the earth did not take a child, does not have a partner in his dominion. In his dominion, and created all things, determining them exactly. فَقَدَّرَهُ تَقْدِيرًا, right? Determining them exactly. So the hadith is very clear, and the Quran is very clear on the concept, on the idea that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has determined the outcome, the future, the history of everything that He has created, right? Jabir radiallahu anhu narrates that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that none of you believes, meaning none of you believe perfectly, right? None of you believe completely until you believe in qadr. The good of it and the bad of it being from Allah. This is important, it's going to come up. We do not define evil, or we do not define bad as from any other source other than Allah as well, because everything comes from Allah, right? When it comes to different when it comes to other religions, including Christianity, the idea of good coming only from God and bad coming only from shaitan or from evil forces, right? And the world being a cosmic battleground for between the forces of good and evil. We don't have that type of dichotomy, simply because for us everything comes from Allah. Everything comes from Allah, and even what we consider and might define, might understand as outwardly evil, we say it's there for a purpose. Does that make sense? Even if we don't understand the purpose. So we don't associate anything bad or wrong coming from anyone other than Allah, even though out of adab it might not be directly associated or connected to Allah. So for example, in the verses where Ibrahim alayhi salam is talking about Allah, Ibrahim alayhi salam, for example, says, He is the one who created me, He is the one who gives me life and gives death. But when I fall sick, He is the one who cures me. Does that make sense? And he didn't mean that sickness doesn't come from Allah. Again, out of adab, we don't associate it with Allah, because everything that comes from Allah happens with the qadr of Allah. And we say there's a greater purpose, wisdom behind it that we don't simply understand, right? So a lot of these questions are going to come up because we have very little textual information about qadr. It's one of the things that even the Prophet ﷺ warned the Sahaba from discussing, or at least getting too caught up in the discussion, because at some point a person has to concede, I don't have enough information to make the right conclusions, right? So you'll always have more questions than you have answers. So the best way to understand this topic is to understand it in kind of like the general aspects, right? So we're trying to understand parts of it, and we're trying to combine all of that understanding into some type of coherent theory, right? Yes, in classical Islamic tradition, you've had different groups that debated over qadr. Some denied it. Some said there's no such thing as qadr, which means there's only free will, absolute free will. Others have said there's only qadr and there's no such thing as free will, right? So Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah is in the middle. We accept both. There's a modicum of free will, and there's also the qadr of Allah. How they work in tandem, there's a certain amount of intuitive reasoning we could apply to it, but beyond that, we simply say we don't know, right? So what is qadr? So when we talk about predestination, when we talk about Allah determining things exactly, it is the direct outcome of the eternal and infinite knowledge and power of Allah. So all of these are key terms. So eternal, infinite knowledge and power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala necessitates qadr, because Allah can see all. Does that make sense? So Allah determining all is an outcome of Him seeing all and knowing all, which means for us who do not see all, who do not know all, we're not going to understand the outcome because we don't have that knowledge. Does that make sense? So it's similar to, two people seeing the same outcome in front of them, one understanding the process and the other not. Does that make sense? So to the person who doesn't understand the process of something, they won't know why this was the specific outcome. Versus the one who does understand the process, and they will say, this is why the outcome is this. Does that make sense? So say, for example, if you have like a very complicated math equation, right? To the student who's confronting it for the first time, they're not going to know heads or tails of it, and they're not going to know why the answer is exactly this, right? But the one who understands the equation and understands how all of it comes together can explain how the process led to that outcome. Does that make sense? So the knowledge of Allah, which is eternal and infinite, past, present, and future, leads to knowledge of how everything will lead to particular outcomes. We don't have that. Does that make sense? We don't have that, which means when we are looking at something from a pixel, right? When we are looking when we are looking at something through a pixel, then it's not possible for you to see or understand the majority of it, right? Hamza Zortzis from the UK, he's co-founder of the Sapiens Institute. He mentioned it once as we see the pixel and Allah sees the picture. That's a good way of thinking about it, right? So you have those reels where where a person is starting off with like a block and they're kind of zooming backward. So say, for example, a block has like certain things on the edges and you don't know where it's coming from because you can't see beyond that block. But as you zoom out and you see the larger picture, then you realize, okay, this is how it all fits together. We don't have that, which means anything that happens as a result of the qadr of Allah, it's not possible for us to understand why it happened the way it did, because we don't have all the information, right? Allah does, and we trust the knowledge, power, and wisdom of Allah. So the fate of every individual and everything that it entails, meaning everyone's actions, all of it is a direct outcome of Allah's infinite and eternal knowledge. Now, qadr is a secret of Allah which has been kept hidden from the understanding of all creation. Even the Prophet ﷺ didn't know the secrets of qadr other than what he explained to us, right? Because it's not possible, right? It's not possible because we do not have the capacity to know and understand as Allah does. Now, this leads to basically a question. How far do you go into it to understand it, knowing that you don't have all the information? You get to a certain point because you have enough information and the intuitive reasoning that doesn't ultimately contradict logic or first order principles or any other principles of creed, right? You can get to a certain point, but beyond that you don't continuously delve into it, because there's no conclusive satisfactory answer that makes everything perfectly understood. So a lot of times when people have questions about qadr, they'll look for a straightforward answer, right? And oftentimes when we look for answers, we don't look for an answer. We don't look for an answer. We look for an answer that will satisfy our internal questioning to that degree. If somebody has a question and they're given an answer, they might be like, yeah, I'm not satisfied with that because there's other stuff behind it. So qadr can't be understood straightforward simply because there are many, many different elements that a person has to kind of take into consideration. Because you do end up questioning many things just based on the concept itself. Okay, if Allah has determined everything, if Allah knows the outcome of everything, most common question, how would it be merciful for God to punish people in the hellfire if he already knew what they would do, right? That's usually a question that people will ask, right? How can a person be taken to task if Allah already knew what they would do, right? If Allah already determined what a person is going to do, what does that mean? Because if Allah determined, or if Allah knows, does that mean we don't have free will and we're just doing things that we are already, have, kind of been programmed to do, so to speak? So you have all these questions that come up, and all of them need to be addressed separately. And you kind of put all of your information together to have at least a clear picture as possible, as clear of a picture as possible. All right. So it's something that we understand to the best of our ability, but to go beyond it and to kind of scrutinize and debate endlessly into the matters of qadr is sure to lead to misguidance, simply because there's no way a person will all have a satisfactory answer. All right. Because we simply don't have the information about it. So qadr, qaddara yuqaddiru taqdeer means to determine. The technical definition, so when we use the word qadr in theology, when we use it in, in its field, qadr is defined technically as Allah's determining things before the start of time. Before the start of time, which means before even time was created, Allah has determined what the history of time would be, what the history of the creation within that time would be, or even outside of it. His knowledge, qadr, is his knowledge that it will occur at the times known to him according to specific circumstances. Why this? Why now? Why not before? Why not earlier? Allah is the only one that could answer that, because Allah knows when everything will occur. And Allah's recording of all that and willing it into existence. So Allah not just determining, but Allah also recording all of that, and His recording of it being willed into existence. That's something that we'll talk about separately. And then it occurring in the way He determined and created. Okay, so the difference between will and determination, you can easily understand it as if you throw confetti. If you throw confetti in the air, that's will. Determining is literally saying, I want all the confetti to fall on this side. Does that make sense? That's only at that level is only possible by Allah. Do you get the difference? So the will of Allah, right, and the determination, or how Allah has determined and created something, is going to be exactly as how He wants. For us, we might have will, but we don't have that degree of determinative or creative power. That we don't know the outcome, but we might have the capacity to do something. Okay. So a quick summary of all of this is qadr is to believe wholeheartedly, without any doubt, that everything, good or bad, so the things that are seen as good, understood as good, the things that are understood as evil, whether they are or not on the surface, everything good or bad to ever occur has already been predetermined by Allah in a manner which is beyond human comprehension and conceptualization. Right? So literally the leaves of a tree falling in the manner and the order every single season, year, throughout the life cycle of Earth, right? Literally everything has been determined by Allah. So that's not a level of precision or a level of knowledge that any of us can even imagine. Allah has full knowledge of what is to occur, and nothing can occur without His will. Right? Allah has full knowledge of what is to occur, and nothing can occur without His will, which means even when evil things happen, when bad things happen, they happen because Allah has allowed it to happen. That leads to a whole host of other questions, usually misguided questions, like why is there evil in the world? We'll talk about that a little bit also, inshallah. Right? And because qadr ultimately is a matter of the unseen, it's a matter of the unseen. We don't have enough information about it. Like all the other articles of faith, right? We believe in the concept of angels. Jannah, Jahannam, Akhirah, and so on, because we are given a certain amount of information about it. But because it's a matter of the unseen, we don't have all of the information, or we don't have physical evidence. Does that make sense? But we accept it because it is part of the matter of the unseen, and it is part of our iman. Does that make sense? So if a person has questions or doubts about qadr, we're not going to say they're out of the fold of Islam, but they're not part of the quote unquote mainstream Sunni Orthodox position, which is both free will and qadr exist and coexist in a degree that we are not capable of understanding. All right. So if a person has doubts in either or of their components, right? They're not out of the fold of Islam, but one aspect of their iman needs attention. Okay. Again, there are many things that we don't understand, but a lack of understanding is not why it's not enough grounds for you to reject something. Right?
Okay.
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that we have free will within the limits of Allah Azza wa Jall's will, in a sense?
So, yeah, so this is kind of something that, we'll talk about, because if we do have free will, then what's the extent of it, right? How much can it, quote unquote, contradict? So there are various ways of thinking about it. There's a very famous, or there's a well-known story about Ali radiallahu anhu being asked about qadr, right? One time, and Ali radiallahu anhu telling that person, lift 1 foot. And he said, and he lifted 1 foot, and he said, lift the other. Right? Which obviously the person was unable to without toppling themselves over. So Ali radiallahu anhu said, that's qadr and that's free will. So you have a modicum of free will, but your free will not be able to contravene qadr. Does that make sense? Now, where is the qadr itself, or what's the extent of the qadr? We don't know. So a person kind of figures it out as they're going, right? Another way of thinking about it is Allah knows the ultimate destination of every single person, because Allah is our creator, and a person is kind of given the choice or the ability to make their own decisions, and ultimately they are going to be judged based on their decisions. So it's similar to a person, for example. So there are certain things that we are capable of doing because it's quote unquote within our capacity of control. But even then, there's always an element of uncertainty. So say, for example, when you go into a store, right? Like obviously, any type of store that you go into, the entire layout of a store is a science, right? Stuff that you have right by the cash register, right, to the things that you have on the sides, even within an aisle, product placement is there specifically for a reason, in the order that it is for. It's not random. It's not just about being able to find things. It's like, why this brand versus that brand, and so on, right? My wife loves to say that I'm like very susceptible to, consumer techniques, right? I'll be like, let's pick this up. She'll be like, yeah, that's why they put it there, right? So you could try to pre-configure a scenario where the outcome is more probable, right? For example, cash registers are long. You have small items next to the cash register or on the side of the registers. Likelihood of you picking something up because you're like, this, right? That's why they're there, right? It's to kind of maximize the scenario that, okay, a person who's standing there, what are they going to look at, right? They might not look at it, but if they do, is it possible that they might pick something out? Okay, it might not be targeted at the adults. Maybe some adults, I pick up candy usually when I'm standing there. I'm like, ooh, Snickers. I like, got a Snicker. But you have kids, Kids are standing in the cash register like, ooh, candy. They'll want this one, they'll want that one. That's why it's there. Is it possible that a parent is like, no, we're not going to take anything, right? Sure. But what's the chances of a child throwing a tantrum like, no, I want that egg, which has like a little toy inside, right? High. So we could pre-configure a scenario where we say that the chances of a particular outcome are higher. Okay, so say for example, like there are bookshelves in the classroom, and pretty much all the books look identical. However, if you were to rearrange the books and you were to put certain titles in certain spaces, especially at eye level, what are the chances that you're gonna zoom in on that because it stands out? Does that make sense? So I could say, I want this title to be chosen, or if I give like a choice and I want somebody to actually choose that book, you could try to rig it in your favor, but it's still possible that it doesn't work out to how you want. That's not the case with Allah. For Allah, Allah knows every single action that a person will do that will take them to their ultimate destination of what Allah knows of that person. Does that make sense? That's not the case for us, because any number of things, any number of possibilities are options. Does that make sense? You could always be proven wrong. Yeah.
Somewhat related to this topic is like the idea of randomness.
So for us, nothing
there's
is
no such
random.
thing as random. Like randomness is a very people will put a lot on randomness, like living day-to-day life.
For us, there isn't anything random, right? Like if a person, if like we don't say there are such things as coincidental. For us, everything happens because Allah has determined it to happen, right? Like, what are the chances of you meeting someone who kind of needed to meet you at this point in time, or yeah, right? So because when you say, so the problem with saying randomness in the very literal sense is that there's an element of chance, which means endless possibilities, and that contravenes what we believe of Allah's knowledge and qadr, that every single thing in the universe, literally from the beginning till the end, has been determined, right?
Like living from a perspective in the West versus Islam. Like for example, if you're driving on the freeway and some random thing flies and totals your car or something, a random person, a person in the West would say, "Oh, like this randomly happened. There's no other thought about it. I'm not going to question why it happened and stuff." Whereas from our perspective,
yeah. So if something happens to a person, even if it's very difficult to understand, we still say we believe in the qadr of Allah and we accept it, because it might be a way of Allah preventing something even worse happening, right? Or if somebody avoids something by literally inches, which happens all the time, we don't chalk it up to chance, right? It's because Allah has allowed us to avoid it, right? So nothing is random or accidental. Ultimately, we don't know what outcome or effect everything that happens in our lives, including the people, what is going to lead to. It might not lead to anything substantial or tangible, but it clearly shapes our actions, because we're always doing things based on not just internal factors, but external factors as well. Does that make sense? So what are the chances of a person, for example, stopping for salah on the road with a group of friends who actually want to pray versus someone who's not going to pray, right? So we're sometimes it's not just one thing that leads to an outcome, it's multiple things. And sometimes, like for example, people will say like, I met this person years ago, and years later that person comes back into your life, and they're like, they're at a critical moment. They say like, hey, we met and I'm looking to hire someone, and it might be at a point where that person is now like looking for a job, or they might have even thought about, I need something better. Does that make sense? And Allah just sends a person. So we don't know.
So how do you reconcile that with when you're wronged by anybody? How do you like accept the fact that it was from Allah, but you were still wrong, your rights were taken away?
Yeah.
And you still have a animosity towards that thing or entity or whatever it may be.
Yeah. So
Like for example, when COVID happened, the government just shut down people's businesses, restaurants and stuff, and like more than half of restaurants just went under. Those restaurant owners are like probably furious against the government and the Wuhan lab and stuff.
Mhm.
But technically it's from Allah. So if somebody went and became bankrupt and had to start all over again, that's like a very heavy thing to like have.
it is, right? Which is why sometimes it might not be possible for a person to have a satisfying answer as to why it happens. Sometimes we see positive stuff out of negative stuff more clearly. So, there are many stories of people kind of reinventing themselves during COVID, like something went under and then they started something else and they were even more successful. Or, like something that happened changed the trajectory of their life where they're now living a better quality of life, or they reconnected with their family because they changed, whatever, right? So sometimes the outcomes might be obvious to us, other times it's not. And when it's not, you accept it. When it is, you still accept it, which again, you might sound like a non-answer, but it is very difficult for a person to say, like, this is exactly why something bad happened to me, especially when a person doesn't have an outcome that they could directly connect it to and say that this good thing came out of it. We believe inna ma'al usri yusra, that with every type of difficulty, there's an ease, whether that ease is in terms of reward, whether it's a person's status being elevated or a person's, choices being influenced where they end up making better choices down the road. It's very difficult to say.
Most of us would probably say things that have happened in the past. We always look back and end up saying, "Oh, that was probably the best thing that ever happened to me."
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
But the party or the entity, or whatever you want to call it, that still has wronged you, do you just have to have like just the highest level of faith and just let go of all things, because technically,
I mean, it might not be possible for a person to forgive or forget, right? But down the road, if a person simply thinks of it as, that taught me a lesson of being more careful, maybe that was the outcome. Or that taught me a lesson of not being that trusty, maybe that was an outcome. That taught me a lesson of not to be like that, maybe that was the outcome. And that person will still be held accountable by Allah for their own actions, right? It's as you said, sometimes we look back and we'll say, subhanAllah, things just worked out, right? So I'll give an example. My wife and I, we lived in the Bay Area for 2 years. This was late 2017 to late 2019, before we moved to Chicago for 2 years before we came to SoCal. So like 2-3 months after moving to the Bay Area, I was still in between the Bay Area and New York. And my flight that was supposed to leave on a Thursday night got delayed because of a snowstorm on the East Coast, and there was like snowstorms happening in the Midwest also. So the flight got delayed till like Monday or something. I was like, okay, so I'm still at home for another weekend, essentially. What to do? So a friend of mine, a couple hours later, calls me, and he lives in Sacramento, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going down to SoCal for a program on the weekend. Do you want to come with me?" I was like, "Yeah, sure. I got nothing else to do. Why not see SoCal also?" So he picked me up from the Bay Area on the way down. from Sacramento, and then we drove down to SoCal. We got to this area around, like we got to the LA area around 10ish at night, and we were at this we stopped at this place to eat, and at that time I was still doing stuff like that. I checked into Facebook. I was like, oh, because it was a psychedelic looking halal pizza restaurant. I think you know what I'm going to be talking. I forgot that it starts with the C.
In LA?
So Anaheim, maybe close to Anaheim. They had good wings. The pizza was okay, right? I'm a New Yorker, so not every pizza is like good pizza, right? So it was like a very weird looking, lot of lights, bright stuff, too bright, right?
Oh my God, it was the place that had the crazy lights everywhere. Right?
Yeah, and it had like mirrors everywhere. iCuisine, there you go. Right, yes. Right. So I don't know what happened to that place. So anyway, we stopped there. It was the only place open, I think, by that time, and some mutual friends came to see us, so we stopped there. I checked in, and Sheikh Noman, who I was connected to on Facebook, basically comments and like, hey, I don't think we've ever met in person. Why don't you guys drop by to IOK when you have time? Okay, sure. So the next day, came here. That was the first time I met Chef Noman. And then lo and behold, a couple of years later, I was looking for whatever I should do after graduating, and they needed someone, and back in SoCal. So now it's like, oh, looking back, you're like, subhanAllah, like one thing led to another, had literally no plans, and you kind of, circumstances just come together, right? Even like every person can look back and maybe they'll trace back to like a pivotal moment or a person that kind of made them who they are, or like put them on a path that made them who they are, right? It could be a positive thing, negative thing. It's not always possible for us to kind of connect the dots, right? And things just end up happening the way they do because Allah has kind of left it. Allah just has, kind of written that for us, right? Yeah.
So two things. So on the topic of public, so either when you're trying to do something, but like it keeps like there's like signs, it's canceled or something. How do you know when to find it?
I mean, you continuously try, right? So say for example, people who try to go for Hajj now, they have to go through this, like very insane process called nusuk, where a lot of stuff don't work. So just because it's not working doesn't mean you're like, okay, I'm not gonna go for Hajj. No, you still try. If it doesn't work out, right? If it doesn't work out, then you're like, okay, inshallah, next year. So unless there's literally very, very obvious, it's very difficult to say also. There's like this very, again, social media, you get this, you see this picture of two people who are digging a tunnel, and one person kind of like is going back, even though they have like this much to dig through for like a big jewel on the other side. And the other person is kind of just continuing. We don't know. Like, you don't know how much you're supposed to try before results happen, before success happens. So a person can continue to try until they decide like, okay, I'm no longer going to pursue this, right?
And then number two, so this question happens a lot. How do we answer people who say like, if Allah already decided everything, then like, why are we even here? Like, he knows who's gonna go to Jannah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's gonna come up, right? It's a way of trying to understand why would Allah create. I mean, we talked about the purpose of our creation is to worship Allah, and the purpose of worship is to bear witness to Allah's greatness, proximity to perfection, right? Beyond that, everything that we do is in service of that ultimate goal, right? And if a person still says, well, I don't understand the reason, right, that Allah doesn't need our worship, why still have all of this? Well, again, Allah is Allah, the will of Allah is Allah. Like,
Yeah,
it's not something that we could understand without directly asking Allah. And someone who is in complete control and authority and will, by definition, can do as they please.
so is there an answer or we just like,
Yeah, so our answer is Allah's will allows him to do as he pleases, and Allah's justice is that he doesn't simply, punish or reward for no reason, but rather because of our own actions. Like I said, ultimately, at some point, a person just has to say, okay, this is how much I understand, this is how I'll accept it, right? Because there's no other way you could answer that question beyond what information we have available, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I heard one time, I think you might have said it, like establishing the relationship between the qadr and the free will. It's like a child, right? In like a room, and like the parent knows what they're gonna choose to do.
Yeah.
But the child has the like ability to choose, I'm gonna do this, do that.
Yeah.
Is that like the proper way of thinking?
Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it, right? Because the parent knows his or her child and knows the tendency of his or her child. And if you put a couple of things in front of them, you kind of know what they're going to go for. Is it possible for them to still surprise you? Yeah, sure, because they have free will, which is something that cannot happen with Allah, because Allah knows exactly what you are going to do, right? It's one way of thinking about it, right? Okay, so in the definition, we talked about Allah's knowledge, we talked about the recording of Allah's knowledge and so on. So if we had to think of it in phases, the stages of qadr are 4. Stages of qadr are 4. The first one, of course, is Allah's knowledge, which is pre-eternal. So, which simply means as long as Allah existed, which again is all the time, the knowledge of Allah has always been there as well. Number 2, the recording of Allah's knowledge, not everything, but everything to do with us, literally, with his creation. The recording of that knowledge happened in 4 ways. These 4 ways are found in the Quran and Hadith. So you kind of figure out what would come first and what happened, before, what happened later. So the recording of Allah's knowledge happened in 4 ways. Again, recording of Allah's knowledge doesn't mean everything that Allah ever knew, knows, everything that Allah knows is recorded. When we say the recording of Allah's knowledge, we're talking specifically with regards to his creation. Because to say that Allah's knowledge was put on paper means confining it. So, you don't go in that direction also. So in the very beginning, we have the book, the Lawh Mahfuz, basically, in which Allah had the recording of his qadr written down by the pen. So the book, the pen, these are aspects of creation alongside, the throne and so on, that are known as the greatest of creations, more than the universe, more than the angels and so on.
So when we hear of the book and the pen, first thing obviously that comes to mind is the book, and then I'm writing with. Are these just descriptions to capture the essence of what occurred, or should we? Also try to what do we do about the image that comes to our mind?
Same thing, like when we talk about interpreting ayat that cannot be understood explicitly. If there's an impediment for you to take the clear meaning or the literal meaning, then you go for a figurative understanding. Is it possible for you to take this figuratively? Yes, but most mufassirin will say that unless there's a clear reason to, you don't. So we take the qalam as qalam. What does it look like, right? Color, shape, we don't know. We just know Allah describes it as something that wrote, simply. Does that make sense? And the book would be the same.
Yeah. So So part of what Allah wrote with the pen, I guess into the one of the what do you call it? Starts with the L. No.
Lawh Mahfuz. So Lawh Mahfuz literally means the protected tablet or the preserved tablet.
So we learned in the Quran class on Monday that the Quran itself was actually
Yes.
also written.
Exactly.
So what does it mean, for example, for the speech of Allah to be
So
written with pen and captured in this preserved
Yeah.
tablet?
So it's essentially the revelation that Allah would send to the Prophet ﷺ was put down, from which it was brought down to the first level, and from which Jibreel alayhi salam brought down to the Prophet ﷺ over a period of 23 years.
So is it that the pen wrote down some of Allah's
We would say all, because again, when we say Allah recorded his qadr, right, with a pen in a book, there's a sense of capturing it, but what it looks like, and we're not going to think of it in a limiting form. And if it's to do with all creation, that would include all of the revelation that had also been sent down to his prophets. Right? Okay. In the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, the Prophet ﷺ said that 4 things are determined for a person at birth. 4 things are determined for a person at birth. So their death, their lifespan, their sustenance, and happy and sadness. So happy and sadness is not the emotions literally. What they mean are salvation or not being saved in the hereafter, or it could actually talk about the emotional state. Allah uses the words shaqi and sa'id, which literally means wretched and happy, to categorize the people of the day on the day of judgment. That the people who will go to Jannah are sa'id, and the people who are going to go to Jahannam are shaqi, right? Wretched. So that obviously speaks to their emotional state. But a person, for example, we're not going to say that, if a person is going to always be happy or be sad, because human emotions are a very complex thing, right? Which is always in play simultaneously at all times. So it's very difficult for a person to be only happy or only sad. Does that make sense? So we're not going to say emotions very specifically, but rather the ultimate destination of a person. All of that is written down at birth. So the recording of a person's, 4 things very specifically could happen or happens at birth, even though it's also recorded in the book itself, right? Number 3 happens yearly at Laylatul Qadr. Prophet ﷺ talked about this. Laylatul Qadr, according to some opinions, is called Laylatul Qadr because on this day, the angels are kind of given their assignments for the upcoming year, which is a qadr basically of the upcoming year, that this is going to be for this person, that person, and so on, right? It doesn't mean that there's a plan that happens every Laylatul Qadr. It's simply passed on because, again, all of it has been determined previously. Then, of course, there are the things that are recorded daily by the angels as they happen, but they're happening according to how Allah has recorded it first, right? Okay, so these 4 are all part or aspects of how Allah records his qadr, right? So we have the knowledge of Allah, which is pre-eternal, and the direct outcome of that knowledge is qadr. The recording of qadr happens in one of 4 ways. Okay? Yes.
Can you speak on, I'm not saying like, oh, why does Allah do this, but like some of the wisdoms perhaps on why he writes it at the beginning, everything that will occur another time, each and every day, each and every year. And then I'm guessing this is going to be
I mean,
to us on the day of judgment, like this is all the things that you have done and you to do.
Yeah. So you could say that the 4 things that are determined at birth, yearly at Laylatul Qadr, and daily by the angels is more specifically for the angels who are basically tasked with continuously recording and writing so that they are aware, right? Every person has, angels assigned to them to write their deeds, to protect them, and so on. So they are the ones who are informed by Allah.
Could you also say it's for the human being to like accept that they still have free will to do something? Like if looking at it, like if it was just like this was written before everything was created, and then that's it. You could say like, oh,
Yeah, I mean, so there are hadith, for example, that talk about dua that will change qadr, right? Dua that can change qadr, right? So even the changes that a person will ask for and that Allah will grant is also written for that person. Does that make sense? So nothing happens which is a surprise, which is like an aberration, right? But even what we would consider to be surprise outcomes are not a surprise for Allah. Does that make sense? Okay. Number 3, Allah's willing to occur or willing to bring into existence his qadr. So number 3 and 4 is very closely related, but you can think of number 3 as internal and number 4 as the external or the very, very specific manifestation. So Allah wills it to happen. So what Allah has determined, Allah wills for that determination to play out. Does that make sense? And number 4 is the creation of that qadr in manifest physical form. Because what we do is a result of the manifestation of His will. So a simple way of thinking about it is, I want to go to the gym. That's your will. I don't go to the gym. That's basically your will not manifesting into action. Does that make sense? For Allah, it's always both, because there is nothing that could prevent either. If Allah wills something to happen, it happens, right? So Allah gives us the understanding of it in Surah Yasin, right? Kun fayakun. Innama amruhu idha arada shay'an an yaqula lahu kun fayakun. That the matter is such that when Allah wills anything, for Him to say be, and it is. The Mufassirin will say that even Allah saying kun is not obviously necessary, because Allah doesn't need to say anything in order to bring His will into existence. It's more for us to understand. And the way some tafsir have written is that the will of Allah and the creation, the manifestation of the will of Allah, is like the space between the kaf and noon of kun, which means it's instantaneous. The will of Allah is instantaneous. Does that make sense? The manifestation of the will of Allah is instantaneous, but it's two separate things. For us, we could have will, but we could not be able to manifest it, even though, you have all this hooey about, like manifest everything, bring it into existence, right? You could try, right? And if it happens, it's not because you manifested it, right? Is there some truth to it? Yes, we don't have to use those types of terminologies, because there's a reason why intentionality, right, is such a strong thing. Even why we get rewarded for having an intention, because making an intention is the first step to actually doing something, right? So it's an incentive for a person to intend, and to intend as well as possible, so that they could be actually doing what they intend to do, right? But merely intending doesn't bring something into manifestation. You got to put effort into it. It's not the same for Allah, right? So when Allah wills for something to happen, the manifestation of that will is what we call the creation, which is basically what we see happening around us. Okay. So stages of the qadr of Allah are 4. And again, this is simply putting together how Qadr has been described in various ways in the Quran, in the Hadith, and you kind of see this order, right? And yes, there is, theology and philosophy involved, right? But generally speaking, all of it is from the Quran and Hadith, right? Okay, so when we talk about the will of Allah and the creation of the will of Allah, right? We make a distinction between the two, or we make a distinction within the will of Allah as what we call the creative will and the legislative will. So bear with me for a moment. When Allah says Allah is not pleased with disbelief for his servants, all right? Allah is not pleased with disbelief for his servants. The question might come, well, if Allah is not pleased with disbelief, why does disbelief exist? Does that make sense? Like if Allah is not pleased with it, why does it exist? Why does Allah allow it to exist? Why does Allah allow others to believe? So it's not a mutually exclusive position simply because we make a difference between what we call creative will, legislative will. Creative will simply means Allah has willed everything into existence. And Allah says, you do not will anything except that Allah has willed, Lord of the worlds. Ultimately, the cause of all that exists is Allah's decision to create it. So that's what we call creative will. Everything that exists as concepts, as forms, as ideas, as like the physical world, everything is because of the creative will of Allah. Does that make sense? Allah has created everything, literally. We make a distinction for something like disbelief, for example, when we take into account what we call legislative will. Just because everything is in existence doesn't mean you can do everything that you want to. Does that make sense? You have the option of running a red light or not, right? You're supposed to stop, regardless of the time of the day, you're supposed to stop at a red light. It's not dependent on whether or not there are cars coming. Does that make sense? So the presence of the red light can be considered to be a creative will, right? Running the red light or stopping at a red light is legislative. One is right and one is wrong. You should do one, you should not do the other. Does that make sense? So when Allah created the world and Allah created all of us in the world, it was for the purpose of worship. It was for the purpose of gaining proximity to his perfection, being witnesses to his greatness, and a person is going to achieve their objective in the midst of all the distractions of this world, so that the reward that a person gets at the end of it is something that is earned. Does that make sense? Because what is the purpose of creating Jannah if this world, for example, has no problems? What's the difference? If a person has literally no hindrance as to why they should worship Allah, then why be rewarded? Because you were already, you were just doing it. Does that make sense? So when we talk about the legislative will of Allah, that's how we determine things that Allah is pleased with versus not, as Allah himself says. So Allah is pleased with some acts and displeased with others. Allah loves good deeds for his servants and hates bad deeds for his servants. Allah loves to forgive, right? So that they are not going to suffer the consequences of their bad deeds. Allah sends prophets and revelation so that a person is aware of what is not liked by Allah, so on and so forth. And as an incentive, Allah rewards those who do good, and as a warning, Allah will punish those who do bad. Okay, so again, you can really tie all of this back to the same set of questions. Why do all of this in the first place? Well, we don't know. What we do know is we are part of all of it, and we have certain choices that we can make, and that's what we do, right? Because if a person is constantly trying to figure out why did Allah do this in the first place, and doesn't use the time to do what Allah has expected them to do, or does anything else, then that's obviously a waste of time and resources, right? And their priorities are in the wrong order. Yeah.
So going back, how do you reconcile like Allah's complete predestination and knowledge of everything with our free will? Like, how do you accept the fact?
Yeah, that's gonna come up, right? So one way to think about it is the knowledge of Allah is complete, and it basically accounts for every possible outcome that we could think of, and Allah knows exactly how things will play out. And Allah gives a person choices and information, or Allah gives everyone will and information to make the right choices and avoid the wrong choices. And what a person chooses to do in light of the reason for their existence, in light of the information that is given to them through revelation, through the world, right, as the signs of Allah and so on, a person's actions will ultimately determine why Allah will reward them or punish them. So a person is literally proving to Allah why they should be given mercy on the day of judgment versus why they should be punished. And a person on the day of judgment will be shown their book of deeds, for example, to give like irrefutable evidence that despite all of it, this is what you still chose to do. Now, a person can say, well, again, if a person, Allah knows that they will make the wrong choices and they'll eventually end up being punished, why allow them to do it in the first place? Because wouldn't it be more merciful if they were prevented from doing so? Well, it would, first of all, it would defeat the purpose of a test, like the world being a test, right? It would be like me giving you an exam and giving you all the answers to the exam. Then what's the point of giving you an exam? Does that make sense? But it's rather giving an exam based on the information that we went over for 2-3 months, right? And then hoping that you remember it and give the right answers. Does that make sense? One explanation that I heard once is Allah wants a person's actions and therefore their obedience to Allah or disobedience to Allah to be based on their own capacity, because Allah could have forced everyone to worship Him. Allah could have forced, literally prevented and not given anyone the ability to do any harm, right? But that type of servitude is not what Allah willed for us. Rather, you choose to acknowledge the greatness of Allah, because perfect worship already existed from the angels. Does that make sense? So it's one other way of looking at it. Yeah.
We could say that everyone has the ability, the choice to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And Allah knows eventually what choices a person gonna make. And we don't. And the Prophet ﷺ said that even though things have been written down, you continue to work, because you don't ultimately know what you are going to work towards. Does that make sense? So you continue to work towards the mercy of Allah. You continuously make dua for the mercy of Allah and so on. It'll come up again. Again, by the end of it, hopefully the idea is to make it slightly more clear, not like crystal clear. Right? That's not possible. Okay, so one way to think about this idea between the creative will of Allah and the legislative will of Allah is to think about the example of Adam alayhi salam and Shaitan, right? Because Adam alayhi salam, for example, was commanded by Allah to stay away from a tree, right? Not eat of the tree. And Shaitan was commanded to bow down to Adam alayhi salam. Adam alayhi salam succumbed and made a mistake and did what Allah had commanded him not to do, which is quote unquote disobedience. In the Quran, Allah says, wa'asa Adam. The word asa literally means to commit a sin. The Mufassirin, when they translate that, they say Adam alayhi salam made a mistake, because it goes against what we believe of the prophets not being able to commit sin. They do things out of human error, right? So Adam alayhi salam disobeyed, as in went and ate from where he was not supposed to, and Shaitan disobeyed as well by not bowing to Adam alayhi salam, despite having worshipped Allah up until that point without any problems, right? Now, you have a difference between the two in outcome, even though they started off the same way. You have a difference between the two in outcome, which is repentance, which is Adam alayhi salam. Adam alayhi salam and Hawa alayhi salam made dua to Allah. رَبَّنَا ظَلَمْنَا أَنفُسَنَا وَإِن لَمْ تَغْفِرْ لَنَا وَتَرْحَمْنَا لَنَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. They acknowledged their fault and then they repented to Allah, versus Shaitan, who doubled down, tripled down, right, quadrupled down, basically said that, okay, I'm not going to bow to him because I'm better than him. You created me from fire and you created him from dirt, right? Give me the ability to, live until the day of judgment, not so I could worship or do tawbah, but so that I could prove to you that I was right, that these people, that this creation of you, etc., etc. So Shaitan's stubbornness determined essentially what he would end up doing. And Adam alayhi salam's repentance determined what he was going to do. Now, a person can say, well, all of it played out because Allah has determined it like that. That there was a reason needed as to why Adam alayhi salam would be sent from Jannah to this world. There was an external factor necessary that would test the creation of Allah, and that would be Shaitan. And this is how it would start off. Yeah, everything worked out as Allah determined it, but can a person then say, well, that's unfair to Shaitan? There's literally an academic article like that, right? That, it doesn't make sense. And I kid you not, I forgot who the author was. It's academia, so you gotta just write stuff, right? Which sounds nice and fanciful, whatever. But the argument was Shaitan's disobedience showed he was the greatest monotheist, because he disobeyed Allah to not bow to anyone other than Allah. It doesn't work. Right? Because it's like, because the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is still there. There's a phrase in Arabic, al-amru fawqa al-adab, right? Command is given priority over etiquette. So if you're a teacher, like if two people get to the door and somebody's older than you and they hold the door open for you, you're like, no, you go through. And they tell you once, you go through, because you always prioritize the command over etiquette, right? So, sometimes you'll see this in the musalla, like, you go ahead. If somebody says, yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, sure, why not? Right? So you don't have to fight over something like that, because the command is always given the priority. So here, it wasn't about, adab, and, I'm not going to bow to anyone other than Allah, right? First of all, Shaitan never gave that excuse. He was like, I'm not going to do it because I'm better than him, right? Not because I only want to do sajda to you, right? But, you kind of see, a fork in the road from literally the first moment of creation, or from the first moment of the creation of human beings, right? So you have this template of where, you have the things, as how they play out based on how the choices are made by every individual, right? We'll stop there. Actually, we'll do the next slide also, because it simply wraps up what we were talking about so far, because the question still comes down to the same set of stuff. Why does Allah do all of this? Why does Allah create all of us? What's the purpose of acting if there's already a qadr in place, right? So the Prophet ﷺ narrated, Ali radiallahu anhu narrates that a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, clarify for us our religion as if we have been created just now. In other words, clean slate, tell me what I need to know. Prophet said, there isn't one among you except his seat in heaven or hell has been determined. They said, okay, if it's already determined, Should we give up on deeds and just rely on what is written to us? Like if it's already written, why try at all? So the Prophet said, act, for each of you will be facilitated for what he has been created for, which you do not know. We don't know what our eventual outcome is, right? As for the people of felicity, which is Sa'id, right? The acts of the people of felicity will be easy for them. As for the people of despair, the acts of such people of despair will be easy for them. Now, this has to be understood also carefully, because if somebody is very openly able to do only good deeds or is very easily pious, does that mean they're guaranteed Jannah? And if a person is always sinning, right, does it mean they're guaranteed Jahannam? No, because up until the last moment, a person can't say. There's another hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that says that people will work all the way up to Jannah and then kind of reverse course and undo everything. And basically, they'll end up doing what Allah knows they would do. And a person can literally make it to the fire almost, reverse course, change their entire life, and make it to Jannah. Again, that's only in the knowledge of Allah. We don't know. Yes.
Part of that is because those pious deeds aren't the ones that aren't the actual things that are getting you to Jannah. It's like your full submission to Allah and your gratitude.
Yeah,
to Him.
and ultimately Allah knows what every outcome will let you reach your destination, right? Then the Prophet recited the verses, whoever gives and is mindful, affirming the good, then we will facilitate for him ease. Allah gives us that guarantee, right? That you have taqwa, you affirm the good, and you continuously try, Allah will make it easy for you. The person who is stingy and arrogant, who denies the good, we will facilitate for him difficulty. Might not be difficulty in this world, but difficulty in the hereafter. Does that make sense? So it's not only about what Allah has determined and what Allah has written for us. We don't know that. What we do with the will that Allah has given us is to try to act towards one outcome versus the other. Right? And if you just take into account the amount of ahadith, amount of verses that are always emphasizing the mercy of Allah and how Allah is ready to forgive, and how a person can literally be, even in the last stages, as long as literally they're not in the throes of death, they could still do tawbah. All of that emphasis is for a reason, that a person's, has access to the mercy of Allah, even up until that point, right? The very famous narration of the person who killed 100 people, right? And who was on the way to reforming himself, on the way, not even has reformed himself, on the way, passes away, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends the angels, and the angels are the ones who are fighting over, because if you remember the hadith that we talked about for lesson number 7, that very, very long narration where the angels come to take the soul, right? So you had the angels who were fighting over whether this person belonged in Jannah or not. And the hadith mentions the earth was constricted, the earth was narrowed, or at least the earth literally under that person moved in a way where they were closer to the place of Tawbah, where they originally intended. And Allah, as a result, says this person is now in Jannah, right? So again, it's very difficult for a person to say, this is exactly what is written for me, or this is exactly what I'm meant to do, right? Because we don't know what Allah has facilitated for us, or what outcome is set for us, right? There's a very well-known narration about Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal rahimahullah, who, when he was passing away, Shaitan came to him and said, you have escaped me, right? Like, I tried my entire life to lead you astray, you have escaped me. And Imam Ahmad said, not yet. You don't know. It's one of the reasons why when people are in the throes of death and you are doing like La ilaha illallah and you're reciting Quran around them, you don't force them to say La ilaha illallah, because you don't know what a person might end up blurting out in that moment of difficulty. Does that make sense? Because So a possibility a person goes out the wrong way. You hope not.
What do you mean, can you like?
So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the hadith said that when a person is passing away, then you should recite Surah Yasin around them. You should encourage them to recite the, Shahada and things like that. And you don't force them to do so because it's obviously the pangs of death is something that even the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam sought protection against. In that moment, you don't want to force them because they might say the wrong thing out of pain. Does that make sense? So you don't facilitate even the potential of saying something wrong. Make sense? Yeah. Okay. We'll continue from here tomorrow, inshallah. Couple of things that I wanted to mention about the midterm. There's still some midterms that are outstanding. If you haven't reached out for an extension, you should let me know if you need more time to catch up on the material. Again, midterms are in Google Classroom. If you don't have access to Google Classroom, you should tell me you don't have access to Google Classroom. Hopefully when everybody does submit their midterms, so we can go over it in class. You are supposed to have access to it. The setting that I put basically is when the scores are released to you, you're supposed to be able to open it and see what wrong answers you got. I'm not sure why it's not working. I'll try again, but your creed and your fiqh exams have been graded. Your grades are currently just on Google Classroom. At the end of the semester, which is in January, at the end of the fall semester, the grades will be put on Sycamore also, because Sycamore is the one that generates a report card, right? Unlike college where you have separate grades for every semester. Sycamore is for the entire year, and obviously our classes for the entire year. So all of your grades are going to, become cumulative by May, inshallah, right? The final of Ascent to Felicity and the midterm and final of Ascent to Felicity in the spring, inshallah, is going to be more or less the same way. Same types of questions, short answers. Usually I get at least one right answer. What's the name of the author? Everybody got it wrong. It's Hassan ibn Ammar. That's why I said, even literally the week of the exam, go over the translator's forward and the author's introduction. You kind of proved to me you didn't, right? So Hassan ibn Ammar is his name. His mother did not name him Shurumbulali. Right.
Oh, that's what you.
Yes. Right.
That's
So
that's like saying what's Abu Hanifa's name.
yeah, Norman bin Thabit, right? Which most people got right, but it's so majority of the questions, especially as we move forward, there's going to be more short answer type of questions because you kind of have to like explain what I'm trying to ask. Creed final is going to be basically on lessons number 6 to 10. If there's anything from the first 5 lessons or basically from the midterm, then I will let you know. Otherwise the questions are going to be just from number 6 to 10, slides 6 to 10, which are being uploaded on Google Classroom. And Sira, inshallah, will have a midterm and a final in the spring, inshallah, right? So I don't have weekly homeworks and I have some readings, right? But exams are just these 2, right? So they're not difficult. Honestly, everything's from the slides, right? Yeah, so if you just go over the slides, then that's enough for you to review, inshallah. All right, any questions? Exams were fun, right? Yeah, no? No? For some reason, I have this reputation of giving hard exams. I don't know where that came. honestly. Right? But yeah, trick questions are fun, but you know, it's like I don't try to give trick questions. Um, a lot of times mistakes come from just reading comprehension. You misread the question and you answered something completely different, has nothing to do with what I asked for. And I'm trying to make heads or tails like, why are you answering it this way? And even sometimes the best of husnul dhan is not enough to give like partial credit, right? So a lot of times, just reading the question carefully is going to be sufficient, right? Um, but yeah, the exams are pretty much going to be like that. If someone hasn't taken the midterm yet, and obviously you're not an auditor, you should let me know if you need more time. Ideally, you should try to submit it by Thanksgiving break, right? You could do it later, but then that would push it closer to the final, which is going to be right after winter break, right? Inshallah. Right? Jazakallah. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanakallah wa bihamdik. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. If anybody has any questions about the midterms, feel free to make an office hour appointment, which can be over Zoom as well. It doesn't have to be in person. So we can go over it if you want to, inshallah. بعد. يعني كويس. سلمى. جران. عيسى. راما. أميرة. I was wrong. But it was another one that you messed up on.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Samira. Abdurrahman. Is Abdurrahman here?
I got it. Which one did you get off?
I knew I got these wrong. I couldn't remember.
Man.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
What's he Malik?
I got it.
They make it that in my head.
I'll see it.
You'll take it?
I just want to say, Isa told me, I think I beat Amira. He said that. So.
Say it again.
Isa said, oh, I think
Talking to you. Be proud. Don't worry. Be proud. He's like, got it.
Don't start. Don't start B, don't start anything.
I didn't start
Healthy.
That was the first point Amira missed on the 5 quizzes.
it.
Wow.
Yeah? Right?
Mashallah.
Alhamdulillah.
No.
I want my students to do well, but you know, I was getting a little annoyed on the 4th test when she was I was like, she hasn't missed a point. Like, hold up. I was like, hold up. So she finally missed a point on quiz 5. I did Sajid to Shukr.
I'm not like going back, watching the recording, seeing her weak spots. This is the question for her. This is for her.
Oh, it's just the wrong word. I put dreaming.
Oh, what's the word for
It was just about 3 that I didn't get correct. I ran out of gas.
See, this gives me false hope because then I'm going to see my quiz from yesterday in South and it's going to be.
This was a good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
She's good cop and bad cop. DJ Muhammad Mardini and Abdul Kareem. And then those of you online that turned in a quiz, I've also corrected your quizzes. The grades are up on Sycamore. The exception, there are 3 quizzes that I received that I have not graded. Muhammad, Abdul Kareem, and DJ. So, yes.
Very easy question. When what? Some people say Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Is it the same thing? Or one is more technically correct? Some say Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Subhanahu.
And then when people say Subhanahu wa ta'ala,
It's Subhanahu.
okay, they're the same.
Yeah.
The who is the are they just kind of like if you were to put it on some kind of who, are they just giving like you know, if you end, then you don't have to say the last vowel or the things from kind of.
Yeah, unless what there's unless they might be saying Subhanahu wa ta'ala.
And like,
But they're like eating, like you kind of eat the half. You know, so Subhanahu wa ta'ala. But it needs something. Like you need Subhanallah or Subhanahu. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, you could not, you know, like you say Subhanallah, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. You could not suffice with Subhana. There has to be.
then you just think he glorified. If he says Subhanahu.
Subhana is like a special word, but essentially, like, let's just, for lack of better words, it's not a maf'ul be, but essentially something needs to be exalted and glorified. Okay, Bismillah. We are on, what is this, page 116? You know, I don't know about you guys. I asked you guys to put in work yesterday to memorize the vocab. I don't know if you guys did or didn't, but I put in work. Now, what I mean by that is that last night it was about like 12 o'clock, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. And I was like, nope, I can't go to sleep because there's a problem. The problem is it happens sometimes, but I hate to give you guys a quiz and I haven't graded the previous quiz. I hate to give you guys a quiz while I've not graded the previous quiz. Now it happens sometimes. I think it happened with 2 and 3 or 1, but I hate to do it. I really dislike it because then mentally just adds the load for me. Like now I have to correct 2 sets of quizzes. So I was like, man, if I go to sleep, and then I come in today and you guys haven't done your vocab, and you haven't memorized your vocab, then in my head, huh?
So like,
I didn't say half. I didn't say half.
You didn't say half. You just
I've said half before, I didn't say half yesterday. I know I didn't say half yesterday.
You didn't quantity, you just said do your best. Plug number.
You said that if you get the sense that we.
If you get the
know it well.
sense,
We don't know well, that's what. You get the
If you
sense-
get the sense that the majority of you studied your vocab.
Yes. I
That's
just
what I
take that to
said,
mean like,
right?
you know,
It's kind of what I said.
but like you have a good amount.
No, I was talking about the student. There's a good amount of students that have it. Not if each student.
He knows a few words.
Anyways, المهم المهم yeah, I was gonna go to sleep and I was like, man, if I go to sleep and then I come in today and you guys don't know the vocab, then I'm like, man, then like I have to correct the test during the weekend. And so like, I was like, that's the last thing I want on my mind in the weekend. So I was like, I just sat down 1 a.m. and I knocked out as many quizzes as I could.
so your weekends are as busy as Abdurrahman? Huh? Your weekends?
I was really busy.
Remember your weekends? He really loves his weekends.
He loves. I love my weekends too, but
I love
they're
it.
busy. Just they're busy for other things. On my weekends, I'm a manager at an insane asylum, also known as my house. Patients are my kids. The people that I refer to as insane is myself, not them. But alhamdulillah, so if you guys don't know it, then alhamdulillah, I've corrected most of the quizzes. I only have 3 left, so I'm ready to give you guys a quiz on Monday, inshallah. So let's try this out. So don't be looking at your vocab. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on here? What's going on here? Salma, living creature. What's human being? Something more general. Living creature.
Oh, that's the one.
Good. Dabbatun dawabun. Good. Lama. Shelter or refuge. You know, I specifically looked at this chart right now when I got to your name. I was like, I'm gonna pick one that she can't get. That was good. That was good. That's why I was gonna give her the next word, like in either go duburun, backside, right? Backside of the last part, or go up human being, which was insun unasun. But I paused and I looked at it, I was like, I'm gonna pick one that she's not gonna get. I'm kind of proud of myself right now. Amira. Good. Shelter or refuge.
I was
Not
hoping
well.
you try to clear the bases with that one.
Let's go. طيب. Month.
شهر شهر شهور.
شهر شهور. شهر شهور. عيسى. عيسى. Wind or scent.
You heard it, yeah.
Grant. Loser. Don't look at Tayyib.
I was already looking at him before you had a chance to look at me.
Qasiran. Good. Abdurrahman, ear. Plural. Good. Muhammad Mardini, doubt or uncertainty. Huh? Good. Sa'ad, one who bows their head down. Sajidan. DJ, one who is perseverant or patient. Good. Samira, it says soul or spirit. Ruhun. Good. Let's see. Bayan, it says staunch supporter. Pass. Muhammad Fardeen, staunch supporter.
نصير.
Nasirun. Bayan, seen.
seeing
Yeah, SEEING.
بصير.
بصير. Good. Noor. Noor. Human being.
إنس أناس.
Good. Noor. More knowledgeable.
أعلم.
أعلم. Good. Michelle. Might or power. Selma. Might or power. قوة. Rama. At the time of, when, while. Hey, are you reviewing it now? I'm just asking. Amira, birds. طير. طيب, one who turns away.
معرض.
Good. Grant, witness. Good. Isa, head. Saad, dead. DJ, dead. Good. Muhammad Mardini, more knowledgeable. More knowledgeable. Abdurrahman? أعلم. Muhammad Ali, month.
شهر.
Plural.
I don't know.
Bayan, the plural of shahrun.
شهور أشهر.
Good. Shuhurun, ashhurun, two plurals. Good. It says one who does good or a righteous person. Nur.
محسن.
Muhsinun. Michelle, sin or guilt.
إثم.
Ithmun. Good. Okay, open up your books. So you guys are ready for the quiz on Monday?
Yeah. No.
There's no reason not to have it.
I think
By Thursday, you might actually forget the vocab.
I was thinking we should have take-home quizzes so we can spend more time in class, like working.
That is a phenomenal idea. You should write it and put in the suggestion box. Drill 1, translate the following. Drill 1, translate the following. Salma, lakinna. However, but good. Grant, number 2, it says, so that, hopefully, maybe. Do this to me, Grant.
So that hopefully maybe.
I explained this one, and then you're like, oh, I heard this one means fear as well. So I further. La'alla, good. Abdurrahman, it says because, now technically 3 and 4, because you just mentioned one of them. Bi'anna, and DJ, number 4. Li'anna, right? 5 says certainly, no doubt. Rama, inna. Samira, 6, anna, that. Muhammad Fardeen, كأن.
كأن أجدو.
As though. And number 8, bayan, later.
Far-fetched hope.
That, what's the meaning of it?
Like hopefully, but it's like
Yeah, so if only, I think was the terminology. If only. Far-fetched hope is an explanation of, right? But like if you were translating it later, you would translate as if only. Okay, drill 2 says, are the following harf al-nasb wasmuha fragments? If so, circle the harf al-nasb and underline its ismun. Number 1, tayyib.
And nahum. Yes.
Yes, anna, and then hum, right? Okay. Number 2, Salma. Inna safa wal marwata, you said? Yes. Inna is the harf al-nasb and its ism is pick one. Al-Safa. Technically it's Safa and the waw is called harf atfin, and then you would say al-marwa is ma'tuf. It's like connected to Safa. Right? Safa is in what state, ya Salma? Nasbun. How is it showing that's in the state of Nasbun? Is it? So is it what? Is it muqaddarun? Let's say it is. If it is, then how is it showing that it's in the state of Nasb?
We can't show it.
Can't show it. Sure.
If it is muqaddarun, then it's showing it with the ta on the next word. Right? One more with that. Come on, man.
So I think I've mentioned this. I haven't. So muqaddarun words, muqaddar, like for example, when you have a normal munsarifun word, like if something mansub, it shows it with a fatha, right? If it's a dual word or a jam' mudhakkar salim, it shows it through a
Oh, wow.
Wow, Alif, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. If it's a dual word or a jam' mudhakkar salim word, it shows it through a yeah. You're just shaking your head. If it's a jam' muannath salim word, it shows it through a kasra. It shows it through a kasra. If it's a muqaddarun word, the technical terminology is that it shows it through a fathatun muqaddaratun, a hidden implied fatha. Clear? So technically the answer would be, if I asked Salma, Safa, is it the ism of inna? She says yes. I say, is it in the state of nasb? She says yes. I said, how is it showing or how is it expressing that it is in the state of nasb? She would simply say fathatun muqaddaratun. It is using basically implied or hidden fatha, right? Technical terminology. Okay. Number, yes.
And did you say the word after wow is also getting the
Is getting the effect because the wow is causing al-marwa to carry the effect over.
Technically, you could know that it's also us because of the fatha with that.
Yeah, but that was not the question. The question was, how is it showing? Number 3, Rama. No, in huwa, right? In huwa is neither anna or inna. This is in. So the answer is no. Number 4, Abdurrahman. Yes, inna hadha. Inna hadha, right? Inna is your harf al-nasb and its ism is hadha. Abdurrahman, hadha. Hadha is in what state? If Abdurrahman gets this wrong, there will be a quiz on Monday.
you got it. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm just saying.
Just answer the question. Hadha, what state is hadha in?
It's not meant, just making sure, you know it's not.
It's not mabni, okay.
in Nasb.
So it's in the state of?
Nasb.
Nasb.
No, I'm just saying, I was remembering.
I know you're just saying. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So hadha is in the state of? Nasb. Good? Inshallah. Inshallah. I'm slightly upset at you.
Oh, wrong?
No, because now I have to write a quiz on Sunday night. Yeah. Hadha is mabniyun. I said if I ever ask you what stage is ism al-ishara in, and it's not a dual, then you say it is mabniyun. And the same goes with al-dama'ir al-munfasila and al-dama'ir al-muttasila, the detached and the attached pronouns. If I ask you what state they're in, you automatically say mabniyun because they are stateless, right? They don't take a state. They always sound the same. right? But rather they have a position. So hada does not have a state by itself, but rather it is in a position of nasb. Listen,
Maybe the first time.
first of all,
I was getting your reaction.
listen, you don't have to explain yourself. We've already taken 2 or 3 quizzes because of Amira. You can take one because of Rahman, it's fine. You know? It's fine, right? That was 4, right? So 5. Bayan.
Lately, yes, the later is the yeah, is the one you circle. Ni is the one you underline.
Later is the harf al-nasb. Come on, guys. Later is the harf al-nasb and the what's the ya called? Anyone remember what the ya is called? Huh? Ya'ul mutakallim. The ya'ul mutakallim is it's ism. Clear? That noon sometimes gets added. Laytani, right? That noon in Arabic, it's called noon al-wiqaya. Basically, it's sometimes put there to kind of separate between 2 things. Wow, Tari, you created that. Alif Lam. Number 6. Number 6, Muhammad Mardini. ليعلم الله.
It's no.
No, right? It's ليعلم الله, right? This is actually li over here is from the adawat al-nasb. It's from the particles that make a verb in the state of nasb. Remember you had an, what else guys? An, lan, likay, right? It's the lam. ليعلم الله, right? likay, hatta, and idhan. Number 7, ya Muhammad Fardeen, read it.
لعل الساعة. Yes, لعل is the حرف النصب.
لعل
Yes.
الساعة is the حرف النصب. Actually, no. لعل is the حرف النصب and الساعة is اسمها. لعل is the حرف النصب and الساعة is its ism. Perhaps the hour. لعل الساعة. Good. 8 says, Abdurrahman, we're going to give a chance to Tayyib right now to undo the damage that you've done. Cancel the quiz on Monday. But it will be multi-layered. It's not one simple question. Okay? So he has to answer every single question correctly. Read number 8, Tayyib. Inna alayka al-la'nata. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? Good. What's the harf al-nasb? Inna. Good. And what is its ism?
Alayka. Alay. I know it's alay, but I just wanted to say that.
It's done. قضي الأمر. The matter has been decided.
I wanted to quiz.
The matter has been decided.
I can take the quiz right now.
Salma, inna is the harf al-nasb. What is its ism? Ala or alay? Or alayka? Alayka. Abdurrahman.
Just reading, is it
Al-la'nata. Yes. Al-la'nata is the ism of inna. Al-la'nata is the ism of inna. If you take it out, if you take it out, you end up with alayka al-la'natu. Alayka al-la'natu. Guys, ala or alayka, right? The jar and the majroor is not going to serve as the ism of inna. Just like a jar and a majroor will not serve as a mubtada. When you have a jumla ismiya and you have a jar and a majroor, what do we label it as? Muta'alliqun bil khabar, right? When you have a jar and a majroor in a jumla ismiya, you label it as muta'alliqun bil khabar. Whether it comes first, in the middle, or last, it always gets labeled as muta'alliqun bil khabar. Similarly, when a jar and a majroor show up in a sentence that has inna wa akhawatuha, right? It's never going to get labeled as the ism of inna or any one of its sisters. Because the ism of inna or any of its sisters was originally the mubtada. Does that make sense? So if we take inna out, it becomes alayka la'natu. Abnormal sentence structure number. Yeah, Jama'ah, ghafarallahu lakum. Why is it? Greg got it right, but why does it take so long? I know it's Thursday. Come on, guys. Abnormal sentence structure number 1. We've covered this like 10 times at this point. Guys, what is normal sentence structure? Normal sentence structure. Mubtada, khabar, muta'alliq bil khabar. Do you understand that? There are 2 abnormal sentence structures. Salma, number 1 is the muta'alliq bil khabar followed by the mubtada. The muta'alliq bil khabar followed by the mubtada. وَإِلَى اللَّهِ الْمَصِيرِ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ مَرَضٌ. Clear? And abnormal sentence structure number 2, Amira, is?
And then the cover.
Good, right? The mubtada'un, the muta'alliq bil khabar, which we will label as muqaddamun, and then the khabar, which would then be mu'akhkharun. Good? So, inna alayka al-la'na, if you just remove it, it becomes alayka al-la'natu. Did it have to be phrased this way?
No.
No, right? Because the mubtada here is ma'rifa. You could say al-la'natu alayk, but it's more emphatic to say alayka al-la'natu, like you're specifically directing the curse upon that person, right? Inna alayka al-la'na. Okay, so inna is the harf al-nasb. Ala, what's ala called, Abdurrahman? Harfu jarrin. DJ, the kaf, what is the kaf called? What type of word is the kaf? What type of word is it? Sa'dun? Sa'dun. Go ahead. What type of word is the kaf? What was first period, guys?
It was
Fifth?
Yeah. Really dry, you know.
Really dry? Tahara is naturally like moist. Oh, was it Tayammum today or something? It's a ضمير منتصل. Kaf is a ضمير منتصل. And عليك collectively طيب will be grammatically labeled as, and the jar and majrur will get the grammatical label of yeah, but technically this is just متعلق بالخبر of inna مقدم. But yeah, you're right, متعلق بالخبر of inna and it's مقدم, right? And then طيب اللعنة will get the label of inna enter. There's no such thing as mubtada.
Inna mubtada.
He said inna mubtada. Like, have I ever said anything such atrocious?
No.
Inna mubtada. Muhammad Fardeen, al-la'nata, what is its label? Noor.
مؤخر.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Ismun.
Huh?
The ismun of the harf nas.
So it's to say ismu inna.
Ismu inna.
And add one more word.
مؤخر.
Thank you. Ismu inna mu'akhkharun. Guys, why was that so painful?
So there's no more mubtada if there's a harfunus.
No, I taught that like 8 weeks ago.
Like 8 weeks ago.
I went over yesterday.
They said he was like robbing them or something. took the name of them and changed it or something like
Oh,
that.
yes, so the khabar kept the khabar name, but the mubtada didn't.
I didn't want to go back to the example, but I said Inna showed up to the party,
There you go.
right? And the mubtada was the host, but Inna came over and took over and said, it is now my party, and you are no longer going to be called the mubtada, but rather you are my servant, so you'll be called Ismu Inna. Yes? Remember that?
And then we
And it was-
disrespected Inna by calling it US foreign policy. Remember that?
I think we did. Okay, Al-Muhim, got it? Yes? So once again, Inna is your harf al-nasb. عليك makes up a jar and a majrur, which your متعلق بالخبر, it happens to be مقدم, right? It's the متعلق بالخبر of Inna. And اللعنة is the ismu Inna مؤخر. Are we good on that? Yes? Number 9. Maryam Khidr, read it.
أن تقولوا.
Yes or no?
No.
No. أن تقولوا, the answer is no. But rather this أن is part of the أدوات النصب, right? The things that make a فعل مضارع منصوب. أميرة, تقول is in what state? I literally just said this. Yeah, okay. How is it showing that it's mansub?
Without because that doesn't have a movement.
The noon has been removed. And what category of verbs is this from then? Al-af'al al-khamsa, the 5 verbs. We said the 5 verbs. They are 5 present tense verbs that all end in noon. They are the conjugations of ani, una, and ina. يفعلان, تفعلان, يفعلون, تفعلون, تفعلين. Good. So the answer is no. 11. Isa. Lahu waliyan. No, there's nothing there, right? 11. DJ. Yes. كأن is your harf al-nasb and its ism is hum. 12. Muhammad.
It would be
Yes or no?
yes.
Yes. The harf al-nasb is anna and the ism is Allah. It says drill 3. Determine whether the following ayat include a harf al-nasb wasmuha or not. If it does, circle the harf al-nasb and underline its ismun. There are about 18. I'll give you a handful of minutes. Go through them. See what you can come up with.
Sheikh, if there's no shadda on it, does it count?
No, if there's no shadda on it, it doesn't count. Like, for example, number 9 that said an taqulu, right? Doesn't count. Has to have a shadda. So inna, anna, right?
Okay.
The ones that have a shadda on the chart need to have a shadda when they appear, wherever they appear.
ضمير سبب حكم لا لا يشبه اسم
Always,
always.
always. If it's attached directly, it's always going to be its ism. Done? Done? Hmm? All right. Bismillah. Before we look at the exercise, um, gonna teach something that's related, unrelated, that will help. Okay. So we've kind of at this point like looked at the mubtada. We've looked at like when inna and its sisters come in, that it's no longer called the mubtada, but rather it's called the ism of inna or anna or whatever sister is being used. Yes? Okay. Now just going back to a jumla ismi, you have two main parts. We said a mubtada and a khabar, right? And I said earlier that even sometimes when you have a muta'alliqun bil khabar, like if you classify it as the khabar, like same difference, right? When you essentially only have two parts, right? So if you have, for example, if you said الرجل في المسجد, الرجل is the mubtada, في المسجد, whether you call it the khabar or the muta'alliq bil khabar, same difference. Good? Okay. What I wanted to mention was the different types of khabars that you may come across. Types of So these are the types of khabars that you will come across. Types of khabar. Either it will be mufradun or jumlatun ismiyatun or jumlatun fi'liyatun or shibhul jumlati. If we were to translate each one of those four terms, mufradun would mean singular. And I'll explain this through examples, but when we say singular over here, we do not mean, you guys are still ready. It's fine. Okay. When we say mufradun over here, we do not mean singular in terms of quantity. We do not mean singular in terms of quantity. Okay? We just mean one noun. We just mean one noun. Whether that noun is singular, dual, or plural doesn't matter. The fact that it's one noun, that's what we mean by mufradun here. We're not referring to quantity. Okay? So mufradun will, for right now, translate it as singular. Jumlatun ismiyatun is a nominal sentence. And you're like, jumlatun ismiyatun as your khabar? Yes. Right? And then jumlatun fi'liyatun, a verbal sentence. And then the last one is called shibhul jumlati. And shibhul jumlati gets translated in some books as a prepositional phrase. A prepositional phrase. Okay? So mufradun, singular. Jumlatun ismiyatun, nominal sentence. Jumlatun fi'liyatun, verbal sentence. Number 4, shibhul jumlati, prepositional phrase. We'll look at the one we first titled as mufradun. الرجل ضعيف, the man is weak. الولدان نائمان, the two young boys are sleeping. البنات ساجدات, the girls are sleeping. All of these specifically, right? All of these are examples of a khabarun that is mufradun. Not in number, but in the essence of just being one noun, one word. Is that clear? Yes? So we're not looking at the quantity, we're just looking at the word itself. It's one word. Okay? Then, after that we said, we did jumlatun ismiyatun, right? Jumlatun ismiyatun. If I said, I said, I'm thinking, okay. I said, Al-waladu abuhu hakimun. Al-waladu abuhu hakimun. Al-waladu means what? The child, the young boy. Abuhu hakimun. His father is wise. His father is wise. What type of sentence is this? Jumlatun ismiyatun. So it has to have what and what? Mubtada'un and khabarun. Okay? This right here this is my mubtada. Okay? Good? Amira, what can you tell me about Abuhu Hakimun? Whatever comes to mind.
It's
Okay. Isa?
So I learned something in my other Arabic class. They said it was Jumla Sifa. It's like another like describing sentence or something. So you could say either just like this, if you add a Jumla Ismiya that is something about him, like his father, or you could use a verb, say like, you know, my friend who works somewhere in this that same thing.
It's a lot of sentence.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Abuhu Hakimun. Abuhu Hakimun is a Jumla Ismiya. Abuhu Hakimun. Those two words are a Jumla Ismiya. Right? If you remember, basic rules that we laid out about a Jumla Ismiya, right? We said the Mubtada, especially it comes first, it will be Ma'rifah. And the Khabar will be what? Nakiratun. And both of them will be in a state of Rafa, correct? Abuhu, is it in a state of Rafa? How? Through the wow, because it's from what category of words? Al-Asma'ul Khamsa, and it's Ma'rifah, right? Because of the Ha, the Dhamir makes it Ma'rifah. And Hakimun is in a state of Rafa, and it's Nakira. Abuhu Hakimun, his father is wise. Yes? So that is a Jumla Ismiya. So if we were to label this, we would say, Mubtada'un, and just to clarify, I'll put Mubtada'un number 2. Mubtada'un number 1. Okay? Plus. And Hakimun. So we have 2 Mubtadas. You see that? Each Mubtada needs a what? Each Mubtada needs a Khabarun. So Abuhu is our Mubtada, number 2. Hakimun is its Khabar. Yes, because we said Abuhu Hakimun is a Jumla Ismiya. So Mubtada'un is Abuhu, Khabar is Hakimun. Okay? And then we say that this entire thing, right, is a Khabarun of this guy. That's all. That's it. That's all there is to it. So this is an example of where your khabar is a jumlatun ismiyatun. Okay? If I ever come to you and I say, hey, give me a jumlatun ismiyatun that has as its khabar a jumla ismiya, okay? You have to think, okay, essentially I need 2 mubtadas. Right? Get it? Now, listen. For this to work, okay, The second mubtada, which is part of the khabar, has to have a dhamir, that goes back to the first mubtada. If you don't have that, it doesn't work. The second mubtada, which is essentially the khabar, the second mubtada has to have a dhamir that goes back to the first mubtada to basically interconnect the sentences. If it doesn't, then we're done. We're cooked, as they say. Okay? If you look, watch, if you remove the ha here, right? You end up with al-waladu, right? And now because we removed the ha, we have to remove the waw as well because we can't treat it as asma al-khamsa anymore. So we end up with al-waladu abun hakimun. Al-waladu abun hakimun, which would mean the boy is a wise father. The boy is a wise father. Which you're like, oh, it doesn't make sense. Actually, technically, it could be used. Like, let's say, like, there's a young boy who's very mature. He's got younger siblings. No, I'm saying, like, you could, right? Who has younger siblings and they act like they're very mature for their age. You say, oh, al-waladu abun hakimun. The boy, like, someone who understands Arabic will get what you're trying to say, right? But generally, it doesn't work. Okay, it'll bring a whole different meaning. So your second mubtada, which is part of your khabar, has to have a dhamir that goes back to the first mubtada, right? For example, if I said, at-talibatu, the female student, right? This is my first mubtada. Now I have to create another sentence where the second mubtada goes back to at-talibatu, right? What is the dhamir that I'm going to use? Ha, right? I'm going to use the attached pronoun ha, because that is the pronoun that will work best in terms of going back to at-talibatu. So I say at-talibatu. Someone understood. At-talibatu qiyadatuha sari'atun. The female student, qiyadatuha sari'atun. What?
Driving.
Her driving is fast. Her driving is fast. Hypothetical, just an example. You know, example. You know, at-talibatu qiyadatuha sari'atun. Clear? If I remove at-talibatu, and I just look at the second two words, qiyadatuha sari'atun. Her driving is fast. Full sentence. Mubtada'un, right? I got a little idafa construction there. Sari'atun khabarun, right? And then I bring it back to this, right? So I say at-talibatu is my mubtada. Pause. Qiyadatu is a mubtada. Second mubtada. The dhamir muttasil is what? Mudafun ilayh. And sari'atun is the khabar. Pause for a second. Sari'atun by itself. What type of khabar is sari'atun? It's a mufradun. Sari'atun by itself. What type of khabar is it? Say, it's a khabar mufrad. It's a single word, right? We're just looking at the last two words, right? And then we say the whole thing, this entire thing, right, is the khabar of at-talibatu. Good? Make sense? Yes? Okay. So that's the second type of khabar. So we did mufradun and we did jumlatun ismiyatun.
Is there a thing where you can have like three of these sentences in one?
No, you.
To go back to mufrad, are you saying so the only way not to make it mufrad would be to add wow and then add more?
No, it would still be considered mufrad.
So even if you were to say
it's basically mufrad if it's not one of the other three. If it's not one of the other three, then it's mufrad.
Even if you're giving more than one description, like he is wise and
Yeah.
smart.
It's mufrad. Because as long as it's not a verbal sentence, a nominal sentence, or a prepositional phrase, it's going to fall into mufrad. Because when you say, for example, الولد قوي وحكيم. Okay. الولد قوي وحكيم. Right. قوي is my khabar. قوي is my khabar. As for whatever comes after wow, like in this context, hakimun, it doesn't get labeled as khabar. It simply gets labeled as the word that is connected to qawiyun. But the grammatical label of khabarun only goes to that first word. Right? Yes, someone had a question.
Yeah, do we pause when we're saying out loud? Like, would we say at-talibatu and then like almost like a comma in a sense?
Would
would we say
a slight pause? I mean, you're going to be forced to pause, right? Because generally, that, like I said, that second mubtada will have a dhamir, that goes back to the first mubtada, which indicates that second mubtada will not have an alif lam. Do you get what I'm saying? The second mubtada, this guy, right? This guy and this guy have to have a dhamir that goes back to the first mubtada.
But it's not like you might be asking, maybe I'm.
Wait. They have to have a dhamir that goes back to the first mubtada. If they have a dhamir, automatically that eliminates their ability to have an alif lam. Because alif lam and dhamir can't come together in a word. They're both ways of ta'rif, right? So automatically, you cannot connect in terms of speaking your first mubtada to your second mubtada. Al-waladu, you can't say al-waladul abuhu. You're forced to stop. Al-waladu, like that comma is almost built in. Abuhu hakimun. Or you're not going to say at-talibatul qiyadatuha because you can't have, so you're almost forced to stop again. At-taliba or at-talibatu qiyadatuha sariyatu. Go ahead.
No, okay, you answered that.
Allahu Akbar. I love when that happens. Okay. Jumlatun fi'liyatun. Good? Yes? Man, this next quiz is going to be fun. اسم الإشارة مشار إليه إن وأخواتها types of خبر. Be fun.
This is not worth it.
Huh?
This is not.
Nice. I'm not sure he says on Team Tayyib right now. Okay. Let's see. البنت تنام. البنت تنام. Translate. The girl is sleeping. The girl is sleeping. Good. Translate tanamu by itself. Translate tanaha. She is sleeping, and depending on which conjugation, it's also the enta conjugation, right? So it could be you, right? So either tanamu translates as you are sleeping or she is sleeping. Clear? Is tanamu the one word by itself? Is it a sentence or not?
Yes.
Yes. She is sleeping. You are sleeping. It's a sentence, correct? Yeah. What type of sentence is it? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. So, al-bintu tanamu. This sentence has clearly started with an ismun, which makes it a jumlatun ismiyatun. My mubtada is al-bintu. Tanamu is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. It's a verbal sentence. And that verbal sentence is my khabar. That's all. Right? If I said, let's say, الطفل يأكل الخبز. الطفل, the child, infant, يأكل, eating or eats, to eat, الخبز, the bread. Okay? Look at the second part of the sentence. يأكل الخبز. يأكل الخبز. Translate, Grant.
The child.
No, just يأكل الخبز.
He ate the bread.
Eating.
Oh, he is eating the bread.
He is eating the bread. يأكل الخبز. He is eating the bread. Is that a sentence? That's a sentence. Add الطفل. الطفل يأكل الخبز. It starts with a noun. It starts with an ism, correct? Automatically makes it a what? جملة اسمية. الطفل is the first noun in the sentence, has alif lam, in the state of رفع, مبتدأ, automatically. يأكل الخبز, right? يأكل is clearly your verb, right? الخبز is منصوب. الخبز is منصوب. Why is الخبز منصوب, Saad? Why is the word الخبز منصوب? Abdurrahman.
What do you mean?
مفعول الله أكبر. Since he got that other one wrong, he's been on a roll, brother. He's been on terror. الخبز مفعول به, right? It's attached to the verb. And that entire thing, يأكل الخبز, that entire verbal sentence is, once again, my خبر of الطفل. Yes? شبه الجملة. Prepositional phrase. You know, everything that we've called متعلق بالخبر, everything that we've called متعلق بالخبر, which is two things. The jar and its majroor, the jar and its majroor, or the ظرف and the word that follows it. The first term, right? All of that is in this category. That's it. That's it. Okay. Everything that we've called متعلق بالخبر, right? Which is jar and majroor, or a ظرف, فوق, تحت, all of this, right? And the noun that follows it is a شبه الجملة. That's it. So, just as an example, right? Say. المدرس في الفصل. That's your شبه الجملة. Okay. That is your خبر. And what type of خبر is it? It's a شبه الجملة, right? Or if you said الكتاب تحت المكتب. The book is under the desk. Right? That's your ظرف right there, تحت. And then المكتب is your مضاف إليه. That is a شبه الجملة. It's a prepositional phrase. Both of those, right? شبه الجملة. What type of خبر is it? It is a شبه الجملة. Whether you want to call it the خبر, the متعلق بالخبر, right? You only mainly need that distinction when you have both a متعلق بالخبر and a خبر. When you don't, then whether you call it, especially when you come to what we've been calling the متعلق بالخبر, right? When you come to that, you can either call it the متعلق بالخبر, or you can call it just the خبر, right? Good. So we translate it as a prepositional phrase. But al-jumla is a sentence. And shib over here means, shib has a number of meanings, but shib is something that resembles something, that is likened to something. So it's a prepositional phrase in the sense that it's almost like a sentence, but what it's lacking is it's lacking a subject. So shib means something that is similar or like something else.
So it's related to like your son, like in the isn't
I don't think it's part of this, but
No, it's not related to.
What's this thing? Have the shibud min dhaka al-asad? What's the shibud? Shibud. Is that a baby lion?
Shibl,
It's a cub.
cub. That's the lamb. The lamb.
related to Shabbat.
No, 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 no. Shubuhat from shubhatun. Shubuhat. Shubhatun. Plural is shubuhat. And those are like doubts. Allah says, when talking about Isa alayhi salam and the story of Isa alayhi salam, right? And basically, Bani Israel thought they killed Isa alayhi salam. Allah says, وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ. They did not kill him. وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُم. This is the verb. شُبِّهَ لَهُم. Someone else was made to resemble Isa alayhi salam. شُبِّهَ لَهُم. Sheen, ba, and ha. وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُم. Someone else was made to resemble him. Ma'idah. No, نساء قبل المائدة. نساء.
Oh,
Second page is just correct. Top half of the page.
which
Huh?
one?
Oh, what's before that? The bottom of the page is no, I don't know. What is it? At the bottom of that page or at the bottom of the previous page?
After that is I'm asking you.
Al-Rasikhun is at the bottom of the page.
No, I'm talking about the ayah before.
Yeah.
Before that. Before before that.
فبما نقضي ميثاقهم
No, before that, it's the page before on the bottom. That's not that.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it sounds trying to be.
وما قتلوه وما صلبوه. Thank you. Something is off. They did not kill him وما صلبوه, and they did not crucify him. Right? Sorry. Let me go back. The word salb in Arabic, often it gets translated as crucified, and it can be used like that, right? But salb even existed, like you'll find it. You'll find it, for example, in a hadith of Prophet or like if in nations of the past when like they're torturing somebody or killing someone, they'll say salabuhu. Salabuhu doesn't necessarily mean, and what happens, so the cross is called a salib. The cross is called a salib, right? And in the Christian context, salaba can mean to crucify, right? But also salaba has this meaning of just kind of like putting someone up on a peg or a big piece of wood or a rod and basically hanging them to die, right? But then over time, like salaba generally gets translated as crucified, but it doesn't always have that. Yes. وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ, not kill him, وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ, وَلَكِنْ, however, شُبِّهَ لَهُمْ, someone was made to resemble him. Are we getting? شبه الجملة. Good. شبه الجملة. Okay, got it. So, مفرد جملة اسمية جملة. Yeah, I forgot. جملة اسمية جملة فعلية and شبه الجملة. Those are your types of khabar. It's 11:39. Take a break. We'll come back. We'll try to end before 12:30 because Abdul Rahman is excited to start his weekend. Did you check it on Isha?
We check on each other.
I know. All right, let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Drill 3, it says, determine whether the following ayat include a harf al-nasb wasmuha or not. If it does, circle the harf al-nasb and underline its ism. Number 1, Isa, read it. إنهم فتية آمنوا بربهم. Yes or no? Yes, right? The harf al-nasb is obviously inna, its ism is hum, and its khabar is, I know it wasn't part of the exercise. Fityatun, right? Innahum fityatun, that indeed they were fityatun, a group of young boys, right? Then amanu bi rabbihim is a verbal sentence, they believed in their Lord. What type of khabar is this, ya Isa?
Wait,
I'm sorry, rub up on it.
you mean what type of khabar?
4 types of khabar, we just finished.
Mufrad.
Mufrad, it's a mufrad type of khabar. Good. إنهم فتية آمنوا بربهم, that indeed they were a group of young boys, young men. آمنوا بربهم, they had believed in their Lord. Yes.
Why was it not a jumla?
We're just looking at fityatun.
Oh, okay.
إنهم fityatun, full stop. That's our sentence. Number 2. Rama, اقرأي. لكن الذين اتقوا ربهم لهم جنات. You said? No, this is lakin. This is not lakinna, right? Allah says, just so we know, understand the meaning, lakin means but or however, الذين, those whom اتقوا ربهم, had taqwa of their Lord. اتقوا ربهم, had taqwa of their Lord. Allah says, lahum jannatun, for them are gardens. Good. Can we look at lahum jannatun quickly? Just lahum jannatun. Let's look at lahum jannatun in a vacuum. Okay. Lahum jannatun, Amira, is what type of sentence? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Label lahum. Lahum is the muta'alliqun bil khabari muqaddamun, right? And jannatun is the because it can be. But if it is, that's why it's delayed, right? Mubtada'un mu'akhkharun, right? When Isa and Amira start getting questions wrong, like it's an indication to me, like, hey, I need to end class. Like it's not staying right now. Go ahead.
Why is the
Rabba mansub? Why is Rabba mansub? Go. Good. Because Rabba is, anyone? Maf'ulun bihi. Ittaqaw is a verb. They had taqwa of their Lord. However, those who had taqwa, to have taqwa as a verb, fi'l madin. Rabbahum, Rabba is a maf'ulun bihi. Good. Okay. Number 3, Salma. ولكن أكثر الناس لا يشكرون. However, most of people, most of mankind, لا يشكرون, do not express gratitude. Yes or no? Yes. لكن, right? What's its ism? أكثر is its ism, therefore it's in a state of nasb. الناسي, give الناسي a grammatical label. أكثر الناس. We've only taken 2 things that can essentially be majroor. It's a مضاف إليه. ولكن أكثر الناس, most of, before of, after of, most of mankind, لا يشكرون, it's not grateful. لا يشكرون, طيب, is the what? خبر of
ولكن
لكن it's the خبر of لكن. It's the خبر of لكن. Rama, what type of خبر is it? جملة فعلية. جملة فعلية. That lam is simply just a lam of negation. Yes. You're correct. If you zoom out, you can get away with saying أكثر الناس, the entire thing, because they are connected, right? But then you would have to explain when you get into detail, why does أكثر have a fatha and الناس have a kasra, right? Therefore, you say أكثر is the ism of lakinna, meaning it is showing the sign, the particular sign that is needed to make it the sign of lakinna, the ism of lakinna, and the nasi is its mudafun ilayh. But they are one connected term.
So I had a similar question because akthara, it doesn't feel like mubtada because it doesn't tell me anything. So it's the mubtada, if the previous word wasn't there, the akthara nasi is the mubtada, the whole thing.
So same response, right? If I take out lakinna, I end up with aktharun nasi la yashkurun. So you come and you're like aktharun nas is the mubtada. You're technically right. You are technically right, okay? But I will say, okay, that's fine. Give me a specific label for the word an-nasi. And you would say it is the mudafun ilayh. It is all the mubtada because it's interconnected. It's all the subject, right? And it's getting its ma'rifah from akthar is getting its ma'rifah from the word an-nas.
So just to review, the harfun nasb is walakinna, and then it makes the mubtada and ismun inna, or
ism lakinna,
and then makes a khabarun khabar.
It makes it just renames the khabar.
Yeah, but it doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change anything.
Change the state of the ism.
Correct. Right. Going back to the example, right? Inna wa akhawatuha, they enter into the party. They tell the mubtada, you're no longer the host. I'm the host. You're my servant. As for the khabar, you remain the khabar. You remain the guest, but now you're my guest. So you're now khabar lakinna as opposed to just being khabar.
And then
you should write these down. I'm gonna need them. No, you write them down because I'm gonna forget them by the time I get to next week. So I'm gonna need them.
Here's my one last time. The khabar does not change, doesn't become nasbun.
The khabar doesn't get affected.
Yeah.
The khabar does not get affected by innocence.
It takes its name like after
marriage. Like what? I didn't even hear.
Like after marriage, the khabar took the innocence name. They got married and then.
No, they shouldn't. In the marriage, it shouldn't happen.
Huh? In the West.
And it doesn't always happen. Horrible example. Number four, Grant. Yes or no? Yes, and actually we have two here, right? Innahu min kaydikun. Obviously, both times it's inna. The first time it's ism, Grant is who, right? The dhamir muttasil. And the second time it's the word kayda. Clear? Innahu min kaydikun. Indeed, this min kaydikun is from your, and he's speaking to a group of women, from your plotting, right? Inna kaydakunna azim, that indeed you're plotting, what's the other word? I don't say planning, but you're plotting azimun is great. So inna is your harf al-nasb. The ha is its ism. Min kaydikun, right? Min kaydikun. What's min called? Harfu jarrin, or called a jarun. Kaydi is called the majrurun. The kunna, which is an attached pronoun, is acting as the mudafun ilay. And min kaydikun is your is muta'alliq bil khabar, or you want to call it your shibhul jumla, whatever, right? But that is your khabar of inna. And then inna kayda kunna azim. Inna is your harf al-nasb. Kayda is its ism. Kunna is simply just a mudafun ilay. And azimun is a khabar, or is the khabar of inna. What type of khabar, Abdurrahman, is azimun? Mufrazun. It's one word, right? Number five. نور اقرأي.
وأطيعوا الله والرسول لعلكم ترحمون. لعل is the حرف نصب. اسم لعل is kum.
Good. She said لعل is your حرف النصب and kum is your اسم of لعل. وأطيعوا الله والرسول. Obey Allah and the messenger. لعلكم, so that perhaps or hopefully all of you ترحمون. What's ترحمون mean? Have mercy.
Oh, to receive his mercy.
Yeah, to be shown mercy, you could say, right? Obey Allah and the messenger so that hopefully turhamun, you will be shown his mercy. Why is the word Allah mansub? Muhammad Mardini?
Allah is still because of me.
Allah, because it's the maf'ulun bihi. The waw is harf al-atf, connecting letter. Ar-rasula is what we call ma'tuf. It's essentially connected to the word Allah, right? So that's why it's mansub. لَعَلَّكُمْ تُرْحَمُونَ. Turhamun, grant is what type of khabar? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. Naam. Have you studied with Sheikh Aisha making verbs passive? No? Okay. Thank you.
Is that what's going on there?
Huh?
Is that what happened there?
Yeah. The verb is rahima yarhamu. Rahima yarhamu. My daughter's eating things like candies. Wallahi. Like candy.
Do you offer her candy instead? Or that's her only option?
I do offer them candy, but not instead of the counter. Number six. Muhammad Fardeen, اقرأ. Muhammad Fardeen's frozen. Oh, no, he's not frozen.
Oh, Sheikh, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's يا ليتني مت قبل هذا وكنت نسيا منسيا.
Okay. يا ليتني مت قبل هذا وكنت نسيا منسيا. يا ليتني. Oh, how I wish. I wish. مت قبل هذا, that I had died before this. وكنت نسيا منسيا. And I was something that was نسيا منسيا, like forgotten and like never mentioned. Okay. This is the statement of Maryam alayhi salam that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala narrates to us in Surah Maryam. Muhammad Fardeen,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, what is it? Go ahead.
ليتني. Later is the
حرف النصب.
The حرف نصب and E, the
ni, the ya al-mutakallim.
Yeah, ya al-mutakallim is the
ism. It's ism. So ya over here simply just like harfun nida, right? The ya. Later is your harfun nasb, and the ya al-mutakallim, the attached pronoun, is your ism of later. Oh, how I wish, or if only, mittu qabla hadha, I had died before this. Okay? Mittu qabla hadha, I had died before this. This is your khabar. This is your khabar of later. And this is obviously a jumlatun fi'liya. Good?
So the ya doesn't always have to be like attached to it. Ya Muhammadu.
No. This, so later gets used a lot with ya.
So mitu is the verb.
It's the verb.
I died. And then qabla hadha is like muta'alliq bil khabar, or
there's no muta'alliq bil khabar. It's qabla technically is acting as like almost your like your maf'ulun bihi over here. You do not have because mittu qabla hadha, we're looking at mittu qabla hadha in a vacuum. So qabla hadha is not going to be muta'alliq bil khabar over here, right? We're going to use muta'alliq bil khabar when we have like a jumla ismiyya.
so it's just like that.
Yeah.
Is this one of the scenarios that we hadn't learned yet, where the have the mushara and what is it called?
Ismul ishara.
Ismul ishara is coming at the end, even though it's not coming at the end because of the mudaf ilayh, because this is not a mudaf ilayh function.
It is قبل is this no قبل هذا. Mittu is a verb. Mittu is a verb, right? قبل special mudaf ظرف. Whatever comes after ظرف is treated as a مضاف إليه. Before this. Good. وكنت ناسيا منسيا. That enters into like Kana and his sisters, which we haven't studied, so I won't talk about that. Okay. I prefer that we go through the rest on Monday because I worry that if we go through all of it today, then I feel like I'm beginning to lose some of you.
You have me, I'm good.
It's about time. It's been 3 days. You didn't show up. You know, when I gave the example yesterday, wujuduhu ka'adamihi, it was a hypothetical, but there was there's some reality behind it. Jade? Okay, so we'll stop here. We will on Monday. On Monday, we'll continue on. Good? Please study your vocab. And study inna wa akhawatuha, and study ismul ishara and musharun ilay. Because on Monday, huh? No. Amira, you were quiet this time. I was waiting for you. No, Monday we will not have a quiz. We will overlook Abdurrahman's mistake. Because he made up for it. Mashallah. He went on a hot streak. He got in the zone and cut off. Like, you know. Al-Islam yajubu ma qablahu. Al-Islam yahdimu ma qablahu. Islam, when a person enters into Islam, it destroys or obliterates everything that came before it. Right? Similarly, all of Abdurrahman's answers, they obliterated and wiped out his incorrect answer.
Has Malik been logging on?
You're really worried about everyone.
That's all right.
We are all friends, but
Check on that.
different comes from
What is it?
I have not seen him.
That's. I don't know.
Maybe he's in the presence of angels.
And you didn't call on Siraj, was he here today?
Siraj is new.
He was here.
Who was? All right, guys, please study vocab, review O vocab, and review musharun ilay and inna wa akhawatuha. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
وعليكم السلام.
I'll be here next Thursday. Got it. Okay.